Kia ora, kia ora, kia ora. Yes, we are back again. I know, I forgot my sweatshirt, so we're going to have to get that at some point. But, yes, lighting does work. I'm so excited. I have got night lighting that works. Okay, it's not so great on me, but we will sacrifice me for the sake of having lighting at night. So yes, we are back. This is not my normal stream time. This is not a time I would normally be here. The music is very loud because I had it pumping during work, and I do apologize. Let me get that down a bit. Okay. I had to have that pumping through work to actually get work done. It has been forever since your last stream, right? We only finished streaming, about 4-5 hours ago? Yeah. 2 p.m. we finished it, so just after 7 p.m. So yeah, 5 hours ago we finished streaming. And we were working on this spread here. So this is what we did during stream, the whole entire thing, working with water-based markers. And the point of that stream was for me to actually explain my process, use it a little bit as a tutorial to explain how I colour in this book with water-based markers, inspired by the first page I started in here, which is Cinderella. As a part of the stream, I got many questions about how to do the sky, because trying to do flat areas of colour is the most difficult thing with water-based markers. And so I did promise that if I didn't get to it on stream, I would record it. And I want to work on this tonight. So I was going to just, work on it and record it. And I'm like, why the heck am I just recording it? Why don't I just jump on stream again? Because the stream also creates a VOD. And then I can say hi to Pete, who I don't normally get to say hi to because we don't stream at a time that suits him. So yeah, we're going to try and get a few more hours done. Hopefully we will get to the sky. We should. It's pretty quick. We'll see how focused we get. That's the thing. As long as we don't get too distracted, we'll get to the sky. But yeah, the point is to carry on with the tutorial. So even though this is in 2 parts, you can kind of think of the stream as like one. Even though I look a lot more raggedy since the stream, because I'm now in like the hobo clothes and the makeup's all scrungy. Not that I really did makeup the stream, I just put on some mascara, eyeliner, and the lipstick's well and truly gone. The hair is a chaotic mess. You're getting Amy after dark, which is very much Amy every day. But yeah, we're going to carry on with that. So hi Smolt, welcome in, and Rosalind, hello. You only got like 5 minutes of the morning stream because you're finishing up night shift. Yeah, I'm glad I could jump back on. I was talking to Perfection actually, and I said, I'm kind of thinking about it. Perfection was like, yeah, I'll be there if you do it. And I was like, yeah, there's a few people who normally don't get to catch my stream that may come to stream if I, am like, hey, I'm streaming now. So yeah, I don't know how many people will turn up. It is very impromptu, but yeah. We're on Coca-Cola tonight. Now, you can see since 5 hours ago, we had some new work. This is about 5 minutes of work while just waiting for things to finish, waiting for dinner to finish basically, and basically like between 5:20 and 5:30, this is what's been done. So that's how quick it can be. And the reason for this, me starting a 3rd page in here, is because these 2 pages clearly go together. So it's like the palettes should really be the same, and it's a lot easier to do that while you've got the markers out. So it's like, okay, well, while I got the colours out, we might as well put it on this page as well. But B, and most importantly, which comes to your question, Smolt, is the plan for the sky. Now, there are multiple ways that we can approach the sky, and I did talk about this a little bit this morning. We have the streaky line method way, or we have the dotty gradient blend way. And I've been sitting here debating which way we're going to do it. We have a moon here, but we can work both of these options. I use similar concepts, but they're slightly different. And then in the end, my brain just goes, why not both? And I was like, why not both? So that's what we're going to do. We're going to do streaky on this side, and we're going to do the blended gradient on this side. So we can do 2 options of sky to show you what to do in big, expansive areas. Now, at least for Kerby, these areas aren't too big, but they are big enough that if you were to just work with marker flat, you would get streakiness. So it's how we're going to colour bigger areas that guarantee us streakiness And yeah, basically that. But before we can get to the sky, we need to do a few other things. So we need to quickly finish off our, oh yeah, I forgot I picked up a straw. We need to finish off our new second half of the page. However, I'm going to speed through this because I had this morning talking through how I did all this, and it is the exact same process. So we're going to actually kind of blast through a lot of this. Again, remember what I have done here, I have done in 10 minutes because of the fact I was not distracted by stream, because I didn't have to stop and talk and all that sort of stuff. I could just go for it because of the fact that I could work my way around, and by the time I got to the top it was dry. It meant that this really came together fast. So this is what I mean about water-based markers. When you're going for it with them, they really come together fast. Not that I mind stopping and talking for stream. Stream today was so fun. I'm so glad I did stop when I did. I know I was tempted to carry on, and yes, I could have pushed myself, but it took a while for me to get to a nap stage, and then when I woke up, my body was like, you should have gone to sleep earlier. Like, I tried, body. I really tried, but also, stream was fun. I had so many friends today, and we were talking about so much good stuff. And then, yeah, I went to work, and while I was at work, I was researching some different pens and stuff, some more water-based markers, seeing what the biggest set of water-based markers I could get on Amazon for cheap. And because this style here is a generic no-name brand marker that brands will shove their name onto. And this comes in a 120 set, and it's really not that expensive. It's like $20 or $30. And I was like, sweet, I should just grab another set of them, because 120 is an excellent amount of colours. Channeling some Van Gogh and George Seurat. Yeah, pretty much. Whoa, you've just gone huge. Thank you. You can go down there, and that's what I'm missing. I was like, what am I missing? I'm missing something here. I need you open. Stardust, hello. Darn me and my sleeping issue. Can't sleep even if I took my meds. Oh no. Hate insomnia. Well, luckily I'm live again, so you can hang here and hopefully fall asleep as we work on more of this page. Right, that's a bit better. So we may have a few little bits and pieces as I kind of get used to it, but it looks like we're not too bad with shadows, which was my big concern with night lighting. But I think we've managed to get night lighting okay. Like, this isn't too bad in terms of shadows, so yeah, I'm excited. 3:19 AM. Oh my gosh, Stardust, I am so sorry. It is early / late to not be sleeping. Hope you find it soon. But then again, part of me is also like, yes, this is why you couldn't sleep, because you knew Amy was coming back live and you had to be here and hang out with me. I genuinely would prefer that you sleep. But I'm glad you can be here. It's gonna be beautiful, thank you. Yeah, I started a third page. I have a problem. I never do this. It's always like there's one page in the book, you carry on till that page is done. But no, I'm now currently working 3 pages. Although this could be considered double page spread because we're using the same colours, which is why I started it. Because we're translating colours across and I need those colours, you know? Alright, let's find our greens. There should be one more colour chart. There it is. It's like, I know I have another swatch sheet. So I know I used the grey, I used the dark brown. No, I used the other brown. That one. No. Must have been that one. it's just drying differently because different drying time. Yep, that green, and then these two greens, and then you're the lighter green. Yes, you are. So what I also want to have on hand is a little bit of yellow for this one, because we've got a couple of areas where it's really particularly faded. And so I'm going to have some yellow nearby just in case. Maybe yellow, maybe a lighter green. We'll try a lighter green first and see what we get. We want a yellowy green either way. Okay, but maybe those two could work. Like, it's getting a little bright. I really just want like a baby olive. Is that a colour? Baby olive? You know what I mean when I say baby olive? Yeah, you're all apple greens. You're not olives. I think if we stick with these two, then that's like a maybe. That's a maybe if we get to it. Did you see Sarah's sweet, I can never pronounce her last name, Seiswick reel from a while back of her playing with alcohol markers? Her backgrounds are so fun. They really are. She does great stuff. I really need to pull out Spooky again. It's been a while since I've worked in Spooky. I think I've only done one page in there. Should really pull it out. Time zone buddies. Oh goodness. Double A! I woke up to get water and couldn't fall asleep. I look at my phone and you're on. Yeah. Yeah, I don't normally stream this late, but bit of an impromptu. Bit of a like, I'm addicted to this book and needed to colour some more in it. A bit of a, I promised to record a process. My hair and the Coke. Yeah, basically I promised to record the process of how I do this guide. I'm like, well, I'll just go live. Like, why would I sit down and film a video when I can do it live, which is the way I prefer filming content anyway. So, and it's like, even if no one's here, I can just still sit here and explain the process. So yeah, that's what we did. So before we can do that though, we are going to blast through all our plants. It is, did I grab the right one? I swear I'm doubting myself now. I did. And what we are going to do is we are doing the dots. You all know the dots. We've got a lot of dots to do. We've got a lot of areas of bush. But, as I said, the great thing about this is I explained the process in my earlier live, so I'm not going to explain the full process. You can go watch today's earlier stream to see me talk about it. But we can sort of blast for a lot of this. And this is where the true magic of these markers and colouring with markers comes in, because it's just so quick to get through. I live in the Pacific but work Eastern, so I work in 5.5 hours. Who needs sleep? It's a Friday. Exactly. Eastern time zone. Oh my gosh. I'm both very sorry, but also very happy you're here. But also, if at any point you find yourself sleepies or you want to, you know, curl up in bed with me playing and it's enough for you to go sleepies, please go sleepies. Because sleep is important. But I'm also very glad you're here. I will guard your dreams so you can have sweet, sleepy dreams of colours and Red Riding Hood stabbing a wolf. Now, we do have to be careful in here because we want to make sure we're keeping our plants, but we also don't want to colour in the background because we're doing the background different. So it's almost like the plants merge into the background. I think this is how Kerby's designed it in mind to be coloured. Is that this would be like bright greens and you'd fade into lighter greens and it would just become yellows and greens in the background, but we're not going to do that. Okay, I'm taking you to bed so I can fall asleep with your voice and music and not wake up boyfriend who works at 5. Oh, I fall asleep to your VODs often. Oh, I'm glad that you feel comfortable enough to fall asleep to my voice. Like, For me, that's a really cool thing because I'm very careful about who I watch to fall asleep. Sometimes I will watch my own VODs to fall asleep, because I do like to, I don't watch every VOD, but I do like to review my content every once in a while to, you know, see how I'm going in a live, see what I can fix up, be like, okay, I need to remember to not turn my head and talk this way, to make sure I'm keeping my head turned this way. Little things like that that you only learn by watching your own footage. But sometimes I just want noise overnight and I can't find anything that I feel safe to fall asleep to, so I'll fall asleep to myself, which sounds weird, but it works, right? Because I know that to fall asleep you need to feel safe and you need to feel comfortable. And so when people come in and say I use you to fall asleep to, that makes me feel really good because it makes me know that you feel safe, you feel cozy, you feel protected, and that's always what I want at my streams. I want them to be safe spaces. So the fact that you feel safe to slumber from my streams is really important to me. Ooh, Cassie, hello, hello. Amy is back. Amy is back. I'm not addicted, I swear. It just worked out really, really well. Alright, let me finish that section and then come over here. I'll show you the one with a little bit more colour. But Kia ora Raiders, hello, hello. Thank you for shouting out the beautiful Cassie. Cassie is a variety streamer here on Twitch who not only does beautiful colouring, which is how I found them, but also plays a really cool variety of games. I believe you were playing Overwatch, I saw as I jumped on. But yes, it was... I hope your stream went well. I think it was Overwatch you were playing. You were. Fantastic. I saw it just as I was about to hit live and I was like, damn it, I should have gone to Cassie and said hi first. But then I was live. But I hope you had a fun stream. That's so cool that you managed to get a stream in today. For all our new friends that are here joining me, kia ora, my name is Amy. I'm a colourist from Aotearoa, New Zealand. I don't normally stream this late, but we are doing a bit of a special thing today, because I am addicted to this new colouring book. That is what I do. I work in adult colouring books. This is Kerby Rosanes' Dark Fairytales, and we did this one earlier today during my regularly scheduled stream time. However, you can see I'm also starting this one because I'm going to use the same colours on here. And I promised while doing this one this morning that I would also explain how I would colour in the sky, like big expansive areas, while working with kid markers. We're colouring this page with kid markers. And so that is what we are doing here today. So rather than me just sitting down and filming a video, I was like, screw it, I'll just go live again. So we are working with night lighting, so I have some strange shadows going on here, but that's a small price to pay. And Cassie, if you need to raid and fade so that you can like make dinner or do the self-cares or anything like that, lovely, you do what you need to do. But thank you so much for raiding and bringing your community in here. It's so good to see you again. You were fantastic. I remember things. I like when I remember things. There's no telling how chaotic my brain's gonna go with us doing a second stream today. It's still the same stream, we just had a 5-hour break. That's all it is. We just had a 5-hour break because we just needed to go to work and then make dinner and have a nap. I'm thinking of getting kebab for dinner. Yum. Oh my god, I have not had a kebab in so long. So tasty. Especially, there's something about like a takeaway on a Friday. I know it's cliche, but it's like the working week is done if you work Monday to Friday. You know, at the end of your working week, there's something about getting a takeaway. Because this used to be the same thing when Wednesday was my Friday. Just at like eating something that someone else has made for dinner. on like, so that you can like relax and just have the night off. So good. Just hits different on a Friday. It does, doesn't it? It's something about a Friday, or your equivalent of a Friday. Pink Kaimani, hello, 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 kia ora, lovely. My gosh, it's been a while since I've seen you. How are you going today, hun? Right. Da 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 da. Yes, the singing helps. Da 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 da. Food you don't have to make hit different. Correct, Smalt. That is the correct way to say it. Yeah, I was gonna just heat up some soup and stuff for dinner, but Mum actually made dinner, and she made poached eggs, and we had it with avocado on toast. And it was the avocado that some neighbours had given us, and it was the perfect ripeness. It's verging on a little overripe, but not quite there. Like if we'd had it tomorrow, it would have been overripe. The poached eggs are delicious, because that's one thing I've never been able to make is poached eggs. For some reason eggs don't cooperate with me for poaching. And I put some hot sauce on it, and it was like I didn't have to make it, and I was prepared to make dinner, and it was good. Like, thank you, Mummy. And I know a big reason why it tasted so good is because it was made by Mum. I'm doing good. How are you, and how is everyone else? I'm doing fantastically. I had an amazing stream earlier. I really enjoyed working on this page. Well, working on this page. And then it seemed like a lot of people really enjoyed seeing the technique, but there's one section that we have to really get to, which is the sky. And I had a lot of questions about the sky. I just ran out of time to record it because stream. So yeah, this is why we're back, because I promised I would record it, and it's like, well, rather than record it, why not go live again? So it means that friends that don't get to join our regular times can join in now, and I'm so glad, because yeah, I'm doing well. We have a lot of friends here though that are on the eastern coast of the USA, and it's like 3 a.m. in the morning for them, so a lot of friends are sleepy, or sleepy trying. And hopefully they'll find their sleep soon and quickly and delightfully. Get that really good deep sleep. That kind of sleep that when you wake up in the morning, you're just like, I have slept and I am refreshed. It's rare, but when you get those sleeps and they happen, it's, oh my God, nothing can stop you that day. I love those sleeps. Perfection. Hello. Gonna feed doggos and get my dinner. I'll be back in a bit if you're still live. Yeah, I'm planning to be live probably until midnight. That's what I'm aiming for. So I'm aiming to get another few hours done on this. I'd like to ideally get both pages done, and then we'll switch back to the Cinderella page. We're not starting a fourth page in here. I mean, we can after we've done all the other pages. Yeah. Also, hello, Perfection. I am indeed live again, as discussed. Thank you for being my, feeler of, should I go live again? I convinced myself in sending you the message of just simply, should I go live again? So, so 10 p.m. for me. Sweet! That's the plan. Lisbeth, hello, hello. How long have you been on? Only half an hour. Only half an hour. I just started up again because I could. Yes. Hey, Catherine. Hello, hello. Yes, I am live. Yeah, so we did come back, Elizabeth. I had my break. I went to work. I did the responsible adult things. I had dinner, and now it is Friday night, and I can do whatever I feel like, and I feel like coloring. And because I promised to film how I'm going to do the sky of this and stuff like that to explain the process, I was like, well, screw it. I'll just go live again. Let's not make this harder for myself. because sitting down to film a structured video where I have to do a voiceover and all that, meh, I don't like doing that. But sitting down to explain something live, that's fine. I'll do that anytime. Yeah, it just made sense. It's like, sweet, let's just go live again. But because there are 2 ways that I want to do the sky, it's like, well, we might as well do the second page. So this is why we've just started the second page. So that we can do both styles of sky technique. However, it won't take too long to catch us up. We basically just have to do all these leaves, and once these leaves are done, we're all caught up. There's no ground on this one, so we don't have to do any ground. And then once that's done, we'll do the wolf. Oh, we also have to do Red's cape, obviously, to catch up with Red's cape, but that's not essential. But we have to do the grey of the wolf. And then from there, I think we'll be ready for the sky. How is everyone doing? I know we've got, as I said, I know we've got a lot of friends who are in at 3 AM timelines and stuff like that, so I hope you're finding your peace. And if you're not trying to sleep right now, what are we working on? What are we up to? Are we colouring? Are we just relaxing? Are we watching? Are we contemplating projects? Are we for, because that's how long dishes and yeah. I'll be here, I'm guessing it is, for 35 minutes, because that's how long till dinner, then dishes and shower, then back to colour, probably something, one colour page. Oh, good. That's all good. I know this is a bit of an odd time for me to be live at, but, you know, impromptu. Oh, you know what I should do? I should actually announce it in my Discord, because this isn't like my regular time, and so there'll be a lot of peeps who probably could join us that don't really get to join us, but they won't be aware. So I could be that really awful Discord owner and do a ping to everybody and be like, hey everybody, I know it's not my regular time, but I'm live. I did do the story posts, I know that much. Let me just do this and send out some peeps. Announcements. Rebecca Hicks, hello, hello, welcome in, lovely. And thank you, Elizabeth. We'll see how many of the insomniacs we get overnight, right? Vi, hello. Speaking of the insomniacs, we've summoned the Queen. How are you, dear? I hope thriving on lots and lots of sleep. We're taking this grey, which is a bit of our shadow colour, and we use this to just deepen and recede some areas. Some of these areas need to look like they're further behind other areas. I'm watching a show and on the wind down path, fantastic. Oh my gosh, Vi's actually going to be going to bed. I am glad to hear this. Except I'm here and I'm notorious for keeping you up for ages, so Hopefully because it's stream Amy and not video call Amy, it'll be actually going to sleep. Let's not get too far ahead of ourselves. Well, I can dream. Oh, goodness. I am notorious when I'm with Sammy for being that person that kind of hangs around on video calls and makes people stay up way later than they should. Oops, I forgot to do down here entirely. I used to be a lot worse for it, but of course now with my illness, I tend to go to bed a lot more earlier than I used to, so I've been a bit better about it, but in the past I was that person who kept everyone up late, chatting and stuff. And now I'm the person that keeps people company as they sleep, so... And I say that with pride. Again, I'm really happy to be that person because it means you feel safe and cozy, and that is everything for me. So, yeah. It's just interesting, you know? Alright, a couple of little shadows in there. I love working with water-based markers. They're just so quick. Yes, the singing helps. I have told you before. Sleep, that's funny. We stay up exactly as late as we should. It's those morning people that make me interrupt my sleep unreasonably early. As one of those morning people, I'm sorry. But I'm a morning person. I never used to be. I was always a creative night owl, and then I got ill. And then suddenly, my best time is the morning. It is when I am less flared up. It's when I've got the most energy. Today is an absolute fluke. I have no idea where this energy is at this time of night normally. Like, the fact that I am willingly streaming and socializing this time at night is insane. So, yeah, don't ask me where this is normally. Yeah. Contemplating a new allergy developing eggs? Oh no, Catherine. No, and I just had eggs for dinner. And they were delicious, so I can't imagine not being able to eat eggs. I had to try to see if they caused me a reaction as part of my FODMAP diet, and I was so grateful eggs were not, because eggs have always been a big part of my diet. They used to be the cheapest protein. They're not overly cheap now, but they are still a delicious protein. This one's a little bit less dots as we start defining some of our leaves. So this one's a little bit more scribble, 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 but there's still some dot, dot, dot in there. But this is what I mean, like when you go for it, it's quick. This is quick. I'm going to make sure we do our grey right down the side to match our other page. So yes, if you were here earlier, you would have seen that we started this half and now we're working on this half. I have decided to turn this in a double page spread. It made sense, like they very much go together, so they should match, so it makes sense to do the same while I've got the same markers out to guarantee it is the same. And it is relatively quick, so it's like, yeah, we'll get it done while we have the markers out. It makes it a lot easier, and then we can knock out 2 pages at once, and we can do the 2 different types of sky tutorial that I had in mind. Back to the dot 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 dot. A little bit. Making sure we keep our grey right up to the edge here. Thank you. I see a focus mode. I guess there's a bunch of chat I'm missing. Sorry. I'll be there in a moment. I hope that's not too annoying for the people trying to sleep. I'm so sorry. And then we just got, have I done those ones up there? I've done those ones up there. There's all that grey done. Yeah. I'm a night owl, been up all night colouring mythographic. It's 8:44 in the UK. Oh my goodness, Rebecca. What mythographic page have you been colouring? I have eggs for breakfast every day, except exactly cheap protein, a small package. Yeah, exactly, Catherine. I have meetings 3 days a week at 7 AM. Oh, yeah, no, that's too early for work. I get up at 6:30 in the morning, but I don't start work until 9. Like, we don't start the groceries until 9, or I don't start stream till 9. Because if you have to start something at 7, that means you're getting up at 5. And that's just wrong. I've had a nap today, so I'll probably still be up till 3 AM tomorrow. Damn. Singing is the important part. It really is. The da 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 is kind of important. But also, it's more important because, for me, the simple thing of being able to go da 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 on stream is a huge thing for me. Because when I was a child, I've said this before, I've been told that my singing voice, obviously proper singing, not the la 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 la, proper singing voice sounds like cats murdering themselves. Apparently I can't hold a tune, and I took that on board when I was a kid, and so I never sang. I was a kid who, when it was time to sing happy birthday, would just mouth the words. Once, in fact, because my parents were involved in church, we had this church production that we were having to be part of, and the leader could see I was just mouthing, was like, Amy, you need to sing properly. And I just kind of under my breath went, I'm not going to be singing. That was the night that I fell over and a scooter dug into my leg, and I ended up going into ED at 12 years old because a scooter dug a chunk out of my leg. So you're speaking to being, just saying. But yeah, for years and years I did not sing, and then it took a lot of me working through things to get to a point where I felt comfortable singing. One of my big breakthroughs was I was running D&D, and I knew it was going to be a recorded VOD and other people were going to watch it. And I needed to sing to tell the story because I had some creepy dolls, and I had to sing Ring a Ring a Rosie. And so I had to work out how to get myself to a point where I could sing and have others hear me sing. And it was huge, but I had time to work through it. I did it. I was very nervous on the night and very sick as well, which actually helped because my nasally congested voice just worked so well. And I was like, actually, I like it, you know, because I recorded myself singing to practice it, and it's just me creepily singing Ring a Ring a Rosie. It's not even a lot of singing, but it was a huge thing mentally for me to unblock. And since then, I feel a lot more confident just to do the la 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 la, not proper singing. You will never have a karaoke stream from me. I will tell you right now, I will never ever do a karaoke stream. But just a simple thing like that, or doing a silly little da 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 da, is a huge thing for me. So yeah, the little things that we carry on to, and that's why it's important with the kids to just be careful what they might take on, you know? As we go back to our da 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 da. Celebrate the things that bring you joy, even if you aren't good at it. Exactly. One of the biggest ways that I started finding myself comfortable with singing, because I had to get myself used to hearing myself sing. I was just a girl who mouthed words for years. I did not sing. But I started driving, and I started driving distance, and that open road car, windows down, and belting out songs and knowing no one else can hear you because you're just driving. Like, it's like, I get it. So that's how I got myself comfortable with my voice, was singing along as I drove long distance places. And then I started singing along with people as they drove and people that I trust. And then over time I got more and more comfortable with it, till finally I felt ready to do the sing-song voice for that stream, and that was a big unlock for me. And now, again, like I said, I will never do karaoke or anything like that. I don't see the point to push myself that far. I don't feel a need to, but I'm proud of how far I've gotten with it. Yeah. The little things that people remember and taken from childhood, sadly. Yeah, exactly. And I wish I hadn't. I wish I had explored singing more, because my grandmother was actually an opera singer. And I regret never ever getting lessons from her. It's one of my big regrets, is that I never took a lesson with her, because I would have loved to have taken singing lessons from her. That's what I did today, singing with the windows down. It's a vibe. It's such a vibe. Also, I remembered I was going to do this because Smolch put the candy emotes down. Ooh. Oh, granny candies. Good old Weaver's Originals. But they also work as throat lozenges, and we're going to need them today. It's already much better. I have actual throat lozenges, but I'd rather eat a Weaver's. That's probably the biggest risk with stream today, is will my throat handle it? Good, but I love that we have robots to fight the robots now. Right, make sure we're getting where we need to get. Okay, that already helps a lot, having that throat lozenge. So these big leaves are not so much dot, 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 but we are doing a little flicky motions on them. It's just about trying to create that sense of depth. So making sure that we're working it more in the darker areas, because again, we've got lighter colors still to come. That's where time goes so slow when hungry. It does, doesn't it? When you know that there's food cooking and you're just waiting for a certain time. Oh my gosh, yeah. And especially the slow cooker too, because it like permeates the whole house, and that's all you're smelling. probably actually turn that down just a couple and then it won't be so shiny. But getting there with our dark green. Coming back up to the dot 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 section in a moment. Dot 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 dot. Alright, gotta make sure we actually do these leaves as well. Real easy to forget those little leaves. I wish you had these spoons more often. I wish I did too. I have no idea where this energy is coming from today. But that does happen. Some days we just have an unexpected burst. Now, there's a possibility I'm going to wake up tomorrow and regret this entirely. It's usually when I have burst days like this that I try to do something like a lot of housework or a lot of physical activity. So it's also going to be real interesting to see what I feel like having taken this energy burst and used it for streaming instead of what I normally do, which is an opportunity to do all the housework. I was actually contemplating needing to brush out my hair again and how boring that 1+ hour task was going to be, and then I saw you were on, so perfect timing! Entertainment while doing the boring task. So yeah, I don't normally. It is something I'd like to do. It is one of the reasons why I have been working on setting up my lights for overnight, because I want to be able to do more night streams if the energy takes me. And I was thinking about it. It was like, when would I be able to stream at night if I was to do night streams? And honestly, Friday nights are really the only night I could guarantee, because I don't have a life and I don't go out on a Friday. So yeah, if I was to do any like night streams, it would be a Friday night. And then it's like, well, can I stream day and night on the same day? It's like, I could, but do I want to do that? No bleed through. So yeah, that's the kind of things that I'm weighing up. I might just leave like night streams as a sporadic bonus, where I have either something like this where I need to record additional content, or maybe I just have additional stuff that I want to colour. It is also it's where I've played video games before, although I usually only do that on Twitch. I tend to leave YouTube to just be for colouring content, but I've also said that I wanted to start doing more collab streams and bringing people in. So I know a few peeps that Friday night would be a better colouring night for them, or Thursday evening or morning, depending on their time zone. So yeah, I'm just curious to see as well how many different peeps we get, because we're live at a different time zone, so we might get some new friends that discover us. Light and night is so easy to mix up. They are. It's those like similar sounding words. You'll see it in the video. If we go live till midnight, then the video will be live. So you'll also have a video that you can watch afterwards if you still need more content, which is the flip through of the New Zealand colouring book. And me struggling with the most tongue twisters I have ever read in my life. It's hilarious. Like, as soon as I realize what the book is, I'm just like, oh no, oh no. Alright, there's all our dark green done. Oi. Right, we're coming up to an hour, and I am going to just stop here for 2 seconds to go and grab my sweatshirt because I'm getting cold. So we need our unicorn hoodie. So I'm not even going to put you on break screen because I'm going to be literally a minute as I just go and pick it up because it's in the bedroom from when I was napping. But it means I can also take a little stretch. Oh, so much warmer. Oy. Yes, hydrates as well. Where is my water? There's my cola. Much better. I feel warm and toasty again. We can go and feel all snuggly and warm and cozy and cute because it's unicorns. We've gone from absolute glam this morning to absolute wham warmth. And I am vibing. Now we get to take our next colour. I was concentrating colouring in the vault, doing the snowy cottage, but adding a twist to it. Ooh, this sounds lovely. And no worries, Becky. You take all the time you need. It sounds delightful. got a couple of work in progress mythomorphia pages, mythographic pages I need to finish off at some stage. They're such gorgeous pages. Go do all the things. All good. Enjoy your look. I know said you've got dinner and all the things, so good luck. May they come together delightfully quickly. Have a wonderful look and enjoy your look, Cookie. We'll see you on the flip side. You'll just get finished off. So yeah, a lot of what we've got now is just little gap areas that will come in with our lightest tone. But again, half an hour, 10 minutes before stream, plus an hour on stream, keeping in mind that, you know, stream, we do have a little bit, we're not on it 24/7 with stream. So I'd say combine the two for a flat hour. That's how much time it's taken to do all this. This is how quick markers can be when you just go for it. And I've got the advantage here of space, so as I move around, one section is done, and by the time I get back around to that section, it's already dry for the next colour. It's a brilliant technique. It is very fast, but also very effective. And as long as you don't overwhelm the page, it's not bleeding through. No shadowing, no ghosting, no nothing. I swear I didn't look away that long and suddenly there's a whole bunch of green. Exactly, King. Exactly. It's the water-based markers. It's just such a quick technique. Like, legit, it just comes together. You blink and you miss it type comes together. And it's one of the reasons why I love colouring with it so much. Alright, so we'll do the top in a second. We're just going to do this bottom section. So we have an interesting part here where the bush is under shadow. So those ones are darker, but then we've got this bush at the back that's actually getting a little bit more light, so it's lighter. So that kind of feels weird, but it does actually work. Alright, make sure we get all the little growths and the weird plants and all that sort of stuff, and then we can come up this way. Make sure we're getting all of these. the final light colour. So yeah, after this all we've got to do is Red's cloak, and then we officially, like, the two halves have got everything matching up. So we'll do that just so like everything we've done here is done here and it's all ties together. And then we can start working on a wolf. And that'll be good too, because it means that I can work on one page and let that, and while that's drying, work on the other page. And by the time I'm done with the other page, the first page will be dry. Because that's one of the big secrets with this, is you've got to make sure your layers are dry. You don't want to work wet on wet here. You need things to dry out. Violacious, hello. I think I have to do this version of Red for Halloween this year. You mean colour it or dress up as this version of Red? Because I'm down for both. But also, yes, this version of Red just kicks butt. Yes, I was half hoping that maybe you'd found sleep, but I also know it takes you time to wind down. So, yeah. But I'm glad you're here and I'm glad you're still lurking. I meant as a costume, I have 2 Red Riding Hood costumes. Nice! Oh yeah, it is a fabulous Red to dress up as. So I just need the wolf. Can Nika be the wolf? Though not that we would encourage, you know, what's happening in the picture to be the wolf. To happen to Nika, because Nika is a good girl. Ignore my suggestion. You mean the right page? Ah, yeah. No, please don't do this to Nika. No. But yeah, that would be cool. That would be very cool to do as a costume. Apparently I'm tired too and my brain can't compute, so you're fine. Oh goodness. Look, we're heading into overnight. We're getting into wild times. You know, who knows how my brain's going to be. But yeah, you can see, like, look how quickly this is coming together now. Like, look how much of the page we have filled up. And one of our last colours is real easy filling in, because a lot of it we're just working over and just... If it goes over, it goes over, and it just adds a tint to the browns. So, this final green layer shouldn't take long. And then we might also need, I've got a couple of lighter greens if I do decide I want to bring in some lighter greens in a couple of the areas. But yeah, at this point it's just about making sure we've covered up all our areas, everything's looking good and filled it in. I return with food. Nice! I wonder what costume I could do here. I could do with her. That would be fun too, yeah. Welcome back, Cassie. Congratulations on getting food. Good choice. Done a bit of progress since you've been gone because it's very quick. We just about finished all our greens. I wish I had my book so I could colour with you. I wish you had the book too, Cassie, but it shouldn't be too long, right? I think you said Monday? Am I remembering that right for when yours comes in? I hope it's soon. I'm so excited that I might have Dragonspell next week if my pre-order actually works out. I did not realise. I guess in my head I knew it was probably going to end up being delayed again like my other pre-order. So my head just delayed it. But yeah, I didn't even realise Dragonspell got released next week. So I'll have a new mythographic potentially. Tomorrow? Oh, that's exciting, Cassie. Message me when you get it and with what you're working on because I want to see. I'm nosy. If you end up immediately jumping into it, which I kind of hope you do because I know you're hoping to sort of find your way with it. I think it's really neat. Like the fact that I've got 3 pages started in here now. It's like I don't do this. I don't start pages when I've got current pages on the go. I am just going to pull out this lighter green and just use it in this little area in here. But yeah, it's just this one. I mean, part of it is because I got all the questions and stuff, so I wanted to explain how I did it. But I'm also like, I'm already looking at what pages to start next, and it's like, girl, finish what you're doing. And it's not like it's taking long. But yeah, I kind of want to do a big double spread next. I know technically I'm doing a double right now, but I also want to do like a proper double. But also there's quite a few other pages I want to do in here. What is the third page? No worries, I'll show you. So the other page that I've started in here is Cinderella, which is this one here. So Cinderella is dancing with death. And so we got quite, there's still a bit of work to go on this one obviously, but this is the one that got all the questions because I got questions on how I did the shading with water-based markers. Sorry, I've got the hiccups. So yeah, that's what I've started. My idea is that it's a dark masquerade, so we're going to colour these all gold, so like the candles are gold and glowing, and then these guys are all going to be in deep reds and purples and blues and blacks, and we'll have like a dark grey background. I'm not sure about the floor yet, that's one section I've still got to work out, but yeah, golden glowing, dark greys, it's dark outside, and then like them and all the rich dark vampiric colours, and then these two dancing together and her being all bright and golden because she's Cinderella, and then we'll bring out like gel pens and stuff to do all the details on the edge of the dress to make it look more like embroidery, because I want it to look like golden satin. So it's still got to come in with pencils and just add in some extreme white highlights, and that'll help with the like transition to make the fabric look like shiny satin. And then of course Def needs some like embroidery on his jackets and stuff like that. But that's a lot of like fiddly pencil and gel work, and doesn't explain like the marker details, so that's why I chose to start the new page for Stream, which was this one earlier today. And then of course I didn't get to the sky, and that's one of the things that I got a lot of questions about, was how we're going to colour the big flat expanse of sky. And I have two options and I couldn't figure out which one to do, and Brain said why not both, so I was like yes, why not both. So now it's turned into a double, and this is how I've ended up with 3 work in progresses in this book. But it's fine, it's fine, it's totally fine. I tend to have 1 work in progress in a book, and I work that one until it's done, so it's very odd for me to have multiple work in progress in a book now. But also really don't take long. So yeah, the plan is we'll finish off the 2 rose red pages, and then we'll go to Cinderella if it takes that long, if we make it for all that, because that is a lot. Because yes, we have nearly finished all the water-based marker work, but then there's still some work with gel pens and fine tips and pencils and stuff like that, and those little details can take a bit. I'm picturing a starry sky outside for the ballroom. Yeah. You should do one of the darker stories all pastel and candy coloured for funsies. A couple of them would actually work, pastels. But yes, I did think about the other one that I'm contemplating. I'm trying to do this without... I should really just look up at the back where the story is. This one. So this one here is Sleeping Beauty, and this is where she gets cursed. But part of me is tempted to turn this into, actually no, she's not getting cursed, she's not getting blessed, because she's getting blessed, because I can see making this all glittery, and then like this little spinning wheel here, we can block that out, we can change that into something else, and like she can be like just a sprite of the forest, you know, we can just do her greens, and she's got a butterfly and leaves, and like she doesn't have to be spooky. So this one I'm thinking like pretty rainbows and glitter, and yes, like a candy, or turn it into a flower, or like that can be hidden. This doesn't have to be creepy at all. So that's kind of what I'm thinking. And like yes, over here technically some of them have got, you know, forest bits blocking them and holding them in place, but maybe they're the evil ones, you know, the ones that are pretty are actually the evil ones. I don't know, we can just ignore this page. But yeah, I thought that could be really fun. But yeah, definitely lots of glitters, lots of rainbows, and lots of prettiness on that one. Sounds gorgeous. Yes. She could be blessing the baby to be able to spin the finest yarn. Exactly. Maybe to be the finest yarn worker in the land. To make the most beautiful of sheer crochet delicate wraps and shawls, and to make things for royalty, and like, who says it's a curse? So yeah, even though that one does involve a child, which can be a trigger of mine, I can see that one being done in a way where it's not like the child is in danger of getting cursed, and I'm okay colouring that one. from Sleeping Beauty to Rumpelstiltskin. Yeah, Rumpelstiltskin's in this one, and honestly, his artwork is amazing. I need to learn the order of the stories. This one. I love this one here. It's so cool, and all that fire is going to be so fun to do. It's going to be sick. Sent you an update of the page I've been working on in Mountain King. Ooh, I'll have a look, Elizabeth. Am I okay to show it on stream too? Because it's so pretty. Absolutely. Yay! Let me open this in a new tab. You're very much making me want to get Mountain King now. Oh, right. You can delete you. Delete you. We've still got half the images in here from earlier when we were showing my art. And boom. Then let me just do a resize because I resized this for earlier. Put that there and go newing. There we go. Look at what Lizbeth is working on. It looks so good. There we go. Sorry, there was a hair in my Coke. I wonder if there's any more in there. Hope we're okay. Yeah. It's like, why is that strange? Might colour something from Animal Adventures tonight. It's such a cute book. Good choice. Yeah, they really are. Fire and ice. And the shading that you've got on the feathers. I know that you were nervous about that, but it's looking so good. You're doing really well. Well done. Have a bunch of hearts again. Finally done. So taxing on my arms. Yeah. If you think about the curse from a different point of view, to an insomniac, there's no such thing as a curse of 100 years. Very true, Catherine. Okay, well, let's make sure we haven't got anything damp on the fingers before we do that. I thought it was that your music suddenly jumped really loud, but it was a Discord voice chat that had been quiet. Oh noes. Oh noes. The surprise awake. Yeah. If something is made to be very, very loud all of a sudden. Oof. She also needs her beauty sleep. Yeah. That's why she is Sleeping Beauty. Okay, there's all our markers moved over there, and we can move those back over there because we're not using you. So the last thing that we need to do to just match is we just need to do Red's cape, and then everything that is done on here, it will be done on here, and we'll be all caught up. And this one shouldn't be too long again. So again, I'm not going to go too much into the detail process. I've just found a leaf I entirely forgot. This is why we didn't put away the pens. Because we're probably going to find surprise leaves throughout this whole page. Like that one there. gonna zoom through getting this done. And then we'll get on to colouring our big bad wolf, which is going to be a grey wolf. Make sure you take a little stretchies, a little hydrate. Also, let's do a med check because I know a bunch of you are trying to sleepies. Have you taken all your meds? To be careful here, Amy, because we could saturate, and this Tombow is quite notorious for saturating too. And then we do have this little bit around here, and of course her ties, which her ties we're going to be doing with a fine liner in this one. They're so fine, there's no way in heck I'm colouring those in with a felt tip, even with the fine Tombow end. I did look at Tombows as well and getting a set of Tombows, and they're definitely not in the budget right now, but oh my gosh, the colour range in the Tombows, so beautiful. Definitely something to work towards, I think. Alright, and now we're going to start deepening. But again, you don't have to get the most expensive markers to do this technique. Works just as well with the non-expensive ones, as long as you've got a range of colours. And considering how easily I found big sets of 120s, which are just these markers, how cheap they were, that would absolutely do the job. Alright, we're getting very close to saturation point here, so we're going to have to stop and let her rest, even if I want to keep pushing it. It's not bad actually, I'm quite happy with that. I do want to go over with a little bit more of the red, but we just need to wait a moment. You need a stretch break? Good point, Lisbeth. Good point. While we wait for it to dry, let's take a little stretchies. We are also ourselves due pain meds, so we'll take our pain meds. And then I can also throw away this sheet and know that this one's done. Should really do a stock take of my pain meds tomorrow and see where I'm at. I'm sure I've only just recently picked up the order, so I shouldn't be completely out. Self-care check. Exactly. Thank you so much. I'm also having other words. No, because it's just a candy. It's also a throat lozenge, so it's self-care for me to eat this candy. Crack goes a few of the foot muscles. still too damp. But while we wait for it to dry, let's plan out our wolf colours. So I have 2 grey bundles. We already have a grey that we've worked with as well. But we can also bring in other colours. Sorry, I was just seeing if I had another message. Shouldn't really do this on top of the art itself, because a lot of these greys have differing undertones. Ooh, there's a really nice dark grey. So I like that sort of more purpley blue grey merging into that one. Yeah, even with that one. Your 2 green grey. I know I'm a little off camera here, so just bear with me. Not you. You. So this is what we've got here. So we've got this really dark charcoal smoky grey. What I'm thinking is if I can find the right blue, that could be a really pretty highlights colour, but it's going to need to be a real pale blue or a real pale purple. It's got to be in the right fam. I don't think this like sky blues are the right blues. Pull you out too. I do also have my pale greys if I have to, but I think it could be fun to use a little bit of a colour. Yeah, so that purple could actually be a choice, and we were thinking purple for the sky actually, so that also works with that element. So let's do that. Because that little edge of purple highlight is actually really pretty. Just a little touch of purple. Do you think this technique will work in a Japanese paper eri book or Kanoko Ogusa? I would say Kanoko, it would work. I have done, in fact I can show you because I have done it. So this one is a combination of using the Supertips as watercolor and coloring directly on the page. So not as many words, but yeah, using the watercolor technique. So that is how I filled in the sky. The bricks are all done with watercolor, same with the stones, but then like the grass worked in and then added in lots of texture that way. Anywhere where I needed more direct shadows, like on here with the stone, I did a base layer with the water with the stone, and then I came in with the markers to add in directly onto the page, the flowers directly into the center. So a combination of the two. So it's kind of hard for me to show the bleed through because I use the watercolor technique. There is a little bit of bleed through on this one, but where I use the markers directly on the page, not so much of a bleed through. I have, this is Kanoko, this is American paper. That's exactly the double page spread me and a couple other friends are working on. Oh my goodness. Well, there you go. This one, all those bricks are done with the colours of the world set plus a couple of like the warm terracotta browns. That's how I did these, was just pulling out the colours of the world set and working all the different browns. Yeah. Did I do this one in stream? I know I started it off stream because it was a whip for a long time. No, I remember doing some of this in a cafe as well, so. I might have done some of it on stream as a random work on this whip. I'll have to go back and check. But yeah, I have done some of this technique in that book. That being said, it's always worthwhile checking or being prepared to write off the page. So for me, the other side, one is a wallpaper page. I was prepared to write that off because I am not interested in that wallpaper page. And then the other side is a cute bunny on its own, and I knew whatever bleed through I came through, I could fix up on that bunny because it has a big empty background. So it's like the background can be painted out. And if it ended on the bunny itself, I could work with it. So I made the choice knowing that I might ruin the pages around it to try that technique. But yeah, if you're not prepared to do that, that's also understandable. Okie dokie. Now this is dry and I can get that little bit more red in there. Perfect. And it didn't bleed through because we waited for it to dry. Right. Put that there so I can hopefully remember the order. In fact, maybe we can keep it nearby so I can test. Okay, that is my dark. And that's the next colour. Okay. Dark, medium, light and highlight. Oh look, I've just spotted a leaf I forgot. I told you there'd be a ton of leaves I forgot. Alright, so with the wolf, so I did talk a little bit about this on stream. We're back to me actually trying to explain technique ideas. Now with the wolf, we are trying to create fur texture. So, let me get another piece of my random notepad. So we have pre-drawn texture already in. So in the past when we've come in, we've maybe followed the edge and then flicked out. Or we've done dot, 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 dot to create texture that way. This time, we're going to look at the shape of our fur texture. So it's all kind of coming out in triangular shapes, right? So we've got peaks and we've got valleys. The valleys where it comes down, we'll pretend his head is here. So where it's coming down to his head, and the peaks are like where it's coming out, it's the end of the shaft of the hair. So where these valleys are, if we are colouring behind the valley, that's going to be our starting point, and we're going to be flicking out and following the direction of the fur of the wolf. So starting at those valley points, I've already screwed up by going too far out, but that's okay. And then same thing with our next colour, just working in those streaky lines. We've got our highlight colour. And this is our dark that we can use to really push in here. And then the other thing that we'll also be doing is pulling out Fineliners to also match this streakiness. We're also working with Kerby's lines here, so we may not even need the Fineliners. Kerby's lines may do enough of that work for us that we don't even have to do anymore with the Fineliners, but it is an option. So that's kind of the approach we're going to be using here. I'm going to just bring you in a bit. Oh, no, we do want that one. Now that we're back to not Amy just sprinting around to get the backgrounds filled, but to actually explain what she's doing. Bring you in close, and we will get to this wolf. I just need to bring this camera over too. Sorry about this. Okay. That base layer and first pencil layer done. Nice. Hands are cramping. Yours looks great. Thank you. I love all the Copic chows. Tombo's never appealed. Horses for courses. It's what works for you. Like, I would also love all the Tombow, all the chows. But the Tombos would also work for this. But again, you don't have to get Tombos. I'm a big fan of Crayola Supertips. You can get the Supertips and do the job very much with the Supertips. The Tombos are just kind of a new deep dive obsession that I've found, that I'm like, I would like the Tombos. I ended up putting a bunch of stuff on my Amazon wish list that I'm going to keep an eye on my American one, because I found the 120 set of these type markers. Again, this is a no-name marker that companies just put their own brand on. And that was only, I think, like 30 bucks or 20 bucks. Could not get the Crayola pastels, which we already knew. But I found Tombos. I put them on my wish list to keep an eye on the price of them. But then the other thing that I found was Crayola crayons, because we were talking earlier about how fun it could be to do a page in crayon. I didn't realize they did boxes of like 154 different colours of crayons now. The most that I've ever seen in New Zealand is 64. I was like, damn, that's a lot of crayon colours. I knew Crayola could do more, because I know that they have the 120s and stuff like that, and like the pencils, and between the colours of the world sets and the 100 sets and stuff like that. So I knew that there was more colours in Crayola's repertoire. Did not expect that many in crayons. So I'm like, damn, I might put these on the wish list to try one day, because that could be really fun. Again, they're not much because they're Crayola, so not that it's something I need to do right now, but one day, you know, when I eventually win the lotto and become a millionaire, it could bless a bunch of people off their wish list, but also just go ham on my wish list and buy everything. Funny, I recently got a 96 box off Macari about 2 weeks ago. Well, there you go, Lisbeth. You get some great stuff on Macari. It looks like a great website to be on. It does not ship to New Zealand, which is probably a good thing, because I'd probably be on it all the time, but it would also be a brilliant way to sort of... What I should do is, there's like a couple of out-of-print books that I've always been on the hunt for, and I should let those of you that browse Macari a lot to be like, if you see it, and then ship it to you, and then pay you to ship it to me. It would still be a lot, but there's a couple of them that I just can't seem to find anywhere. It's kind of dangerous, yeah, I could imagine, and that's a problem. And it would be that the week that I just don't have spare funds is the week that all the things would come off. Candace introduced me. Oh my god, the hashtag Candace made me buy it is a thing. It is such a thing. Like, the day that I went to Whitcoulls and discovered that Whitcoulls had a second area of colouring books, my local Whitcoulls, that I was not aware of, and the books had been hiding there for months. And I was like, how many of your colouring books have you had that I have wanted that I didn't know you even had? I was most horrified when I discovered they had 2 areas for colouring books for adults, plus the kids area. So they have 3 areas for colouring books. 4 if you also included the craft section. So I was aware of the craft section that sometimes they put colouring related kits into. I was aware of the kids section. I was aware of the adult section by the puzzle books. But they had a separate section that was with the art books. And I was not aware of that one. And the day that I found it, it had Dark Fairies by Tabarif. I hadn't flipped it, but I knew Candace had it and really, really enjoyed it. So I just brought it. I think I got I got the Universal Monsters, which was another Candace made me buy it, but also Yellow Beans also influenced that one a little bit too. Sorry, hiccups. And then I got I know that was the day I got the Wicked colouring book, because that was what I was looking for specifically, was the Wicked colouring book. Candace had several levels, yeah. Candace introduced me and Candace made me buy it very, very, very much. Oh, we're talking about Candace from Happy Catastrophe. If you are not aware, absolute delightful soul. Cannot recommend enough. Just positively in love, and just one of those beautiful, beautiful souls. And nothing to do with the fact that she is a practicing Buddhist monk. I want to say it's Sister Minbo is her Buddhist name, but I'm not 100% sure on that. But she is an absolute delight, and one day I hope to have enough funds to do a little package over to the States to her, to send her some New Zealand goodies to just say thank you, because she's introduced me to so many people. I know so many people have found me because of her, and I know she's brought a lot of our colouring community together, and she does a lot for the community. I don't think she gets the praise that she should for all that she does. So yeah, I would love to send her a little Kiwi package and just say thank you for all she does. You know, we started one for Amy Made Me Buy It. Yeah, I mean, that one's also very understandable. It has been running for years in other forms, because there is hashtag Amy Made Me Buy It, but there's also the joke on here that I am a influencer because of how many people on streams I have influenced. Like Cassie said earlier that she has 10 colouring books and 9 of them have been purchased because of me. And we say influencer and it's spelt with a very specifically non-capitalized and capitalized letters mixed together. Hello Shadow, did you actually go and eat your dinner? Because I'm not giving you treats, so you better go and eat your dinner. You're not just walking away from your dinner, you have to go and eat your dinner. You were naughty and walked away before, and then the stray got your dinner instead of the stray cat food. You think being cute and jumping up here is going to get you more treats? Where have you been? You're covered in cobwebs. Have you been crawling around somewhere you're not meant to be crawling around? Well, we are streaming. What's a stream if we don't bring you up? Oh. Everyone, this is Shadow. If you've not met Shadow before, he is Sir Drools a lot. He loves nothing more than to drool all over everything on my desk, which is why the artwork must move away when he is around. And usually he will get treats, and that's what he's waiting for. You can see the way he bolted towards him. You can have a couple. You've already had your treat limit today. That's all you're getting. I normally wouldn't stream, so you wouldn't think that there would be treats available like you normally do. Because he associates me talking to myself in front of the computer as he gets treats. A little bit there that you forgot. Eat your little crumbs. Now I have to clean the desk. put one next to it so you eat the crumb. Look at you. You've stolen... You've gotten me to give you way too many of these today. No, you got one more. Eat it up. Right, are you done? You just not peaks now. You and your hair. I swear I give him pets and I just start collecting his hair. He's not meant to be molting anymore because we're in winter, but he's still definitely molting. Like, we're getting a little pile of his fur already, but he could just have not finished quite shedding. Or he's just like, you know, humans where we have a lot of hair. Look at your belly, you're getting a little under pouch. I've been feeding you too many treats, you're getting a pouch. Alright, are you done? Do you want shoulders? You want uppies? I know. There you go, there's your uppies. There you go. That's what you wanted, isn't it? You wanted your uppies. Alright, you happy? You content? You feeling safe? Unfortunately, your paws are trapped in my hand, and I'm going to need my hand to colour. You can have one of my arms here, but I have to have my right arm free so that we can colour. This is the deal. You're allowed to chill on the shoulder, but you let me have my hand free so I can colour. You're going to try and do a... yeah, no. Alright. What can we do with you if you're not going to settle on the shoulder? Ah, you just wanted to rearrange, did you? You understood that I was not in the right position. Well, thank you. Here we go. Thank you. That's better. Now we can colour freely. It's okay. It's not a treat. It's not food. Go a little bit more that way, you'll be... yeah, there you go. See? Settle down. Okay. I think he's settling. Now I have to set this back up. It's okay. He's jumping at every sound. He's cute. He is. He's a little poop some days. His love of drool everywhere is a challenge, especially when we're working with something that can be disrupted by drool, because drool is also water. So that is why this book immediately went away when he jumped on the desk. But when he settles, he's good. He's currently drooling all over his paws and my shoulder. He's a drooly cat. He's also an old cat. He's about 12 years old now. He still thinks he's a kid in some days. But yeah, he's about 12 or 13, so he's doing okay. He's very happy. He still goes running. He still plays. He's covered in dust from exploring the cupboard, I would say. But yeah, he's not a baby. He's still a baby. They're always a baby. But he's not a baby. Yeah, I'll be... He's technically Mum's cat. He's registered to Mum. But also, he's very much my cat. Mum is not meant to have cats. And so with me moving in, one of the things that we've done is I've tried to overtake with Shadow cuddles and pets and stuff like that. So that's why we do things like this. Because he is a little bit of a clingy cat. He does love shadows and cuddles and stuff like that. Shadows. He loves shadows. He is Shadow. Shadow loves cuddles and hugs and that sort of thing. But Mum should not be touching cats. We should not have a cat with her allergies. She's pretty much been told she shouldn't get rid of her cat, but she cannot get rid of Shadow. She loves cats. She is definitely a cat person. I am very much a cat person. So a way around it is while Shadow is still registered to her, legally hers, and she feeds Shadow, because I can't afford to feed a cat. I will try to do the pets. I give him the flea treatment. I buy him treats. Mum does not buy him treats. I buy him treats. And when he, like, some nights he'll come and cuddle up in bed with me and things like that. He'll still go and hang out by Mum, but if it's anything that involves touching him, I try to be the one to do it. And we've trained him to no longer sleep in Mum's room, and if he wants to sleep in a bed with somebody, he sleeps in my bed. And so that's helping a lot with Mum's allergies, and he's like still happy. You can see he's starting to go to sleep now. Yeah, and he likes to paint with his tail. He very much does like to paint with his tail, as we've learnt. Yeah. Candace posted a video earlier opening a surprise from me. I did catch it. I saw that. I saw grains of gold, and I was like, oh, that's so cool. Because yeah, Hannah Calzon's become a sort of new deep dive for me. I have a couple of Hannah Calzons, but it's good work, so that was really kind of you. But then that floating Japanese world one is gorgeous. They were great finds. It reminds me of that meme with the little girl where she's like, I'm just a baby, I'm just a baby. Yeah, I don't actually know the meme, but I can imagine it. He is a baby. He's a baby. The only one that I remember in terms of memes specifically is, I'm a potato. I'm a potato. Alright, are we going to be able to work around you with you being a loaf? You being a loafy boy? I think this will work. He's a little upset that I'm not doing a more patch. He'll cope. Yeah, I got cat fur in my mouth. I can feel it. Alright. Also put them as far away as possible. Which one's a dark? There you go. There. You're gonna say the dark. No. You go there. You're the dark. Okay. It's not food. It's not treats. You're okay. You're okay. It's like, how dare you put anything in your mouth that is not for me? So I finished streaming earlier today, and I went to bed to go for a nap, right? And I took the last piece of my cheese and bacon bread with me to bed to eat in bed. So I had it on a plate, and I had buttered it. So I had buttered cheese and bacon bread on a plate, and I had eaten most of it, but I'd left like one final little bite that I was about to go back to, and I just got distracted on my phone for a minute. And I look up, and here's this dude creeping along the bed to the plate, looks at me, I look at him, and then he bolts to the plate and eats that final mouthful of bread. I was like, I should have known. You're such a bread cat. He loves buttered bread. Okay, my arm is kind of going to sleep holding you. I hope you're comfy, but my arm is going to sleep. Oh, kitty. Yeah, this is Shadow. Shadow is a sweet boy. He is a drooly boy. So drools a lot. He's a chunky boy and he's got a bit of weight to him, so he feels quite heavy right now. But he's also a happy boy. He's drooling all over his paws. He seems very content right there. He is. He does really like being up on my shoulders. I have to do this because Dad used to hold him like this. So Dad was the one that used to shoulder him a lot. But when I realised that that's what he was missing and started shouldering him, he became very content and it was very easy to have him and work on a project. Except for his tail, that's the one thing we have to watch. Although recently we also discovered I have a blanket hoodie that has a kangaroo pouch style pocket, and so when we put him in that, his tail gets contained in the pocket. And when his tail is contained in the pocket, we don't get him trying to paint with me on the desk as we've had happen before. He's happy now. He's had some treats, he's had some cuddles. He's going to go and curl up on his pile of towels and go to sleep for a while, I imagine. And I'm going to get feeling back in my shoulder. But now I can start really working on this page. Yeah, he is very cute. He is a good boy. He's an older boy. So he's about 12 or 13. He was an SPCA rescue. Mum went in because they had some gorgeous tabby kittens listed, like a pair of tabbies, and she went in to get them. They were brother and sister, and they were already adopted by the time she got out there. But they were like, we have a ton of other cats that you could look at. And then she went out there with my brother, and Shadow was there, and he had been there 3 months, and he was isolated in his own cage all alone because he was being beaten up by another cat, and Mum just kind of fell for him because he was lonely and sad, and it was sad. And the SPCA was so happy because he was an older black cat, and they have real difficulty adopting out black cats. So yeah, Shadow came home. I think Mum got him when he was like 3 years old. He's been here ever since, and I really kind of want to get another black cat. But again, we're not really meant to have cats here. But if by some miracle, let's talk this into being. When I win the lotto and I become a multi-millionaire and I can afford to buy 2 houses for Mum and I side by side, so we have our own spaces, but we're still next door to each other to help each other out. So I have my own house, and then I can get Kitty, and kitties can live at my house, and we'll bring Shadow with us, but we can get more kitties, and we can get more black kitties, and I'll just be that person that has 8 black cats. Be like, no, I'm not a witch, I just like black cats. Yes, manifest it all, yes. Well, one of my nibblings said that we needed more cats, and so I asked them how many cats is the perfect number of cats for us to have, and apparently it's 12. I need 12 cats. That is the perfect number of cats to have according to a 5-year-old child. And I was like, okay, child, you are wise, you know things. 12 cats it is. Manifest it all, yes. Well, we were looking at the SPCA the other day because, of course, we had the stray that we were dealing with. If you remember back at the end of December, we also had a mini version of Shadow. Sorry, just refilling my coat. We had a mini version of Shadow, which was a stray that was on the property, and we started off calling him Knight, but then he became Piggy Wiggy. And he's a baby version of Shadow, but he wasn't socialized. We couldn't socialize him, and he was just chill remaining on the property. Mum did ring the SPCA when he first turned up, but they had no room and he was vibing on the property, so Mum just started feeding him and looking after him, but could never touch him. But then he got hurt, and unfortunately we suspect he broke his leg, but he got hurt really badly. So after like a 3-week adventure, we managed to finally capture Piggy Wiggy and take him into the SPCA. And since then we've been watching the SPCA websites just to see, you know, when Piggy Wiggy got listed, because the SPCA here is a no-kill shelter. So we were hoping that Piggy Wiggy would eventually get listed, but being a feral stray who was injured, we were worried. We were very worried that his injury might be so severe that he had to be put down. And because it was early December when we caught him, I was expecting maybe the end of January, but the end of January came about, and then February, and it was like, he's still not listed. But then in March, a black cat that looked a lot like Piggy Wiggy, that was the right age, got listed. And they called him Lion, and they described him as being a scaredy cat, because he was a little scaredy cat. So they managed to socialize him and actually get him trained enough to be rehomed and healed. So he's healed, and he's already been adopted. That's a great thing. Like, I went back onto the website recently for the local SPCA, and he's been adopted. He's no longer listed. Also, SPCA is doing 50% off cat B adoptions. But yeah, he's no longer here. There's no little Lion. There's some real pretty kitties. But look at little Iris. Pretty. So yeah, very, very tempted. Ooh, I do like Coco. I like the colouring of Coco. Anyway, yeah, so very happy long story there. Meow meow. That's a cute name. They come up with some cute names. I love little Latte here as well. So baby. So baby. So yeah, I was looking at this. I was like, oh my god, I need kitties. Martini. Oh my god, look at Martini's colouring. Oh. 4 years old. Zorro with the green eyes. Also, Danger Dimples. Hello, hello. I'm so sorry. I got distracted by cats. But kia ora, welcome in, lovely. Yeah, Zorro's eyes here. Now, unfortunately, Zorro, being a 5-year-old male, would be too much of a competitor for Shadow, being that he is a male as well. I would have to get either a newborn male, so like Latte being a 3-month-old male would be okay, or I have to get a female. Prongs, what a name. I love the names sometimes that they come up with. Yeah. Similar. I love to win Euro Millions and have a place big enough for lots of pooches. Love dogs. Yeah. I didn't grow up with dogs, and I haven't been around dogs, and the couple of times I have, they've made me feel very, very itchy. So I do have a sneaking suspicion that I may be allergic to dogs. I mean, Shadow makes me feel itchy when I cuddle him, so I'm probably allergic to cats as well. But yeah, I love cats. I'm very much a cat person. I loved Nacho's colourings too. Speaking of ginger cats, Cassie, I wish I could have a cat so bad. Yeah. Yeah, again, I can't really have a cat because Shadow. But look at the ginger baby. Anyway, we could be here all night looking at cats because God knows I love cats. Put that away. This is actually what we're working on. We're working on a scary dog. I just choose to be itchy. Yeah. I'm allergic to animal fur. Yeah, so that's the case with Mum, and what I suspect is because it's not necessarily allergic to the animal fur, but the animal fur carries grasses and pollens, and I'm definitely allergic to a lot of grasses and pollens, and so that's what I suspect is what I'm allergic to, is Shadow goes and plays in the garden, and then, you know, I pet him and cuddle him, and then I get itchy and start getting red. Yeah. So it's not that I'm allergic to the cats, I'm allergic to the grasses that the cats play in, and it's probably the same thing with the dogs. The way to test is to go and get to pet inside dogs, I guess, or inside cats, but also there's some dogs that have the non-allergenic wool fur. I want to say Burmese, but I don't think that's a Bichon, and they have wool instead of fur for their fur, and so they're hypoallergenic dogs, but you can still be allergic to them because, of course, there's grasses in that wool. Yeah. I've really been in my head about colouring lately, so I'm going to try and get stuck into mine while chilling with you. I hope you do, Danger Dimples. But we've been working, this is actually my second stream today, and one of the things that I've been doing today, that's the wrong buttons, losing the plot a little bit, is we've been doing these two. We're doing this whole thing as a double page spread. Now I'm too far over. And I've been using water-based markers like Supertips to work on it and just kind of bring it together. And while I was hanging in the stream with you and Maya, that's the one I was working on. And I kept on getting questions about how I did that with essentially kid markers. So this morning's stream, we started this one, and then I got a lot of questions about how I'm going to do the sky, and I've got two different options. So I was like, okay, let's bring the 2 pages together. And so we're doing both of them so quickly. For the last 2 hours, we've basically done this whole page. It works really quickly with markers. And so now we're just getting our wolf coloured. So we're doing this sort of purpley grey colour for our wolf. And then we should be about ready for the sky. We could probably get away with colouring red rose first, but we might do the sky because it's kind of the essential part here. But yeah, I did want to show a little bit of how I'm going to do the fur, which is just doing lots and lots of strokes and flicks, following the direction of fur that Kerby has kindly drawn in for us, and clustering again more of our dark colours in the darker areas, and then fading it out. It's the exact same thing as the dot technique, but just done with longer lines. And it's also how I do grass. That gold is gorgeous, thank you. Yeah, it's going to be like, funnily enough, it's using similar colours, but this background is going to be done in like deep reds and purples and blues and be like a really dark masquerade. And then we'll do all the architecture and have it all dark back here except for the candles, which are glowing, and we'll illuminate Cinderella and Death dancing. So yeah, this book is spooky retellings of classic fairy tales, basically spooky reimaginings, and it's absolutely gorgeous. And also, if you weren't aware, the wonderful Danger is also a streamer here on Twitch and also streams colouring. So if you need another colouring friend, they're a variety streamer. But that's how, I think it was a few weeks ago that I stumbled across you, wasn't it, Danger? Telling you, collecting all the colourists slowly but surely. So if that heart is hollow, click to follow. I know we've got a few colourists in the chat. We'll start shouting out all the colourists, all the colouring channels. No worries. I've got, like I said, I collect a lot of colouring friends, and it's like if I can share and be like, here's more cool people to follow, I will do that. And I'll queue up the next shout out, even though we can't do it for 2 minutes. So that I can press enter and just send it next time. I wish I could do this with Twitch, because there'll also be a bunch of y'all on Twitch that we could shout out. YouTube. I know words. YouTube that I could shout out, because I know a bunch of y'all have got like channels and do content and stuff like that. Which is why, if you do, always feel free to be like, yeah, I'm a content creator, so that we can get people clicking on your usernames and stuff like that. Because it's the best thing about streams in this community is, like, with online content creation, you're shouting into an already chaotic void. Be like, I make content, come watch my stuff, and you're battling millions of other people who are doing the same. And then you've got an algorithm that's choosing to put spotlights on certain people, and it's like, but I'm here and I'm doing that too, and it's like, nah, we're going with this one, even though it doesn't relate at all to what this person is looking for. We're gonna do this one. So if I can, like, provide a space where you can go, hey, I make content, and we can go, that's so awesome, let's go check out your content, I'm gonna do that. Because, yeah, I also am just nosy and love to find all the content. I love to find all the colorists and be like, I'm following everybody. Can't guarantee I'll make it to every stream, but we try. Right, can I do... Yeah, next shout outs for the wonderful Cassie. Another variety streamer here on the channel. Gorgeous Australian streamer, does stream colouring, which is how I found them, but also streams games. Was streaming earlier tonight with some Overwatch. The heart is hollow, click to follow. I'm gonna keep saying it, we're gonna scream out all the cool peeps. So it's been lovely chatting with you and colouring. I'm popping down to the shop now, so we'll see you on the next one. Oh, good, Rebecca, you have a wonderful time. It's possible I might still be going by the time you're back. Who knows? But thank you so much for being here. Ivy Pill, hello, hello. I know, it's not my regular time, is it? I did go live at my regular time earlier. There is a VOD. And then I had a nap, and then I went to work, and then I had dinner, and then I was like, you know what? I want to keep working on the page. And I did say in the stream earlier I'd make a point of recording the sky and explaining how I do the sky with these water-based markers. And then I thought, you know what? If we're recording it, we might as well go live. So yeah, surprise late stream. But it means that the friends who can't normally join us can join us. So yeah, I'm glad you could be here. Thank you so much, Ivy. We did this one earlier in stream, obviously not finished. So this was early stream. And then because I have two different techniques for the sky that I want to show off, I was like, well, we'll just do both halves. So I just quickly whipped up this one. And so now we're just working on the fur. So the fur does take a little bit because it is a lot of little strokes. But once you get like a few colors in there, it does really start coming together. And again, because of the area of the wolf, it's big enough that you can do one color and move on to the next. So Cynthia is going to have to do like all the dark, all the dark, all the medium, all the medium. But no, I've kind of just worked on one at a time. That's fine. How are you going today, hon? I hope you're having a good day so far. They mostly drink coffee and talk shite. Hey, that's valid. Coffee is delicious. I mean, you've been here. How many rambles do I go on? We just looked at SPCA cats for 5 minutes, for goodness sake. Rambles and hydration is important. So, coffee is hydration. Because coffee is water. I mean, I'm on Coca-Cola tonight, so... I did think about getting out a beer, because I do have a couple of beers in the fridge, but then I should probably put on the drinking tag if I was going to have a beer, even though it would just be the one beer. I would feel more like I need to put on the drinking tag. And even though I know most people wouldn't even worry about it for one beer. I would. Do love a good chat. Exactly. I'm feeling great. My day is off to a great start. I love that. I love hearing that for you, huh? It's fabulous. Happy Friday for those of you that are heading into Friday. I'm about to head into Saturday here, of course, because time zones. But I hope your Friday goes as fabulously as my Friday has been, or has been going as fabulously as my Friday has been. I brought some new alcohol the other day. Might have a drink later. It sounds like a great Friday night. A kebab, some colouring, and a drink. Drink responsibly, but if that is not an issue for you, enjoy. It's funny, for a long time I was not like a beer drinker. I was just like, ugh, beer, why would you drink beer? But there's this tropical IPA that I've been drinking, and it's so light and summery and just really refreshing, and I really enjoy it. So that's been my beer lately. Just getting a 6-pack of those. Like the last 6-pack I got well over a month and a half ago. They last me a long time because I'm not a big drinker. It's just every once in a while I might enjoy a can of beer or a glass of cider or something. Like I am not a huge drinker. Or a glass of wine or something like that. Like, not a common occurrence, but occasionally. But yeah, been really enjoying that one. Alright, we're now up to our baby purple. And I just have to figure out what we're going to do for the spikes. So if anyone has any suggestions, if we just do it the same colour and keep that grey, or if we do a different colour for the spikes. I'm leaning towards grey myself because I like the idea of the wolf just being harmoniously grey, but I am open to other ideas. Perfection! Welcome back. You have an ice cream? Ooh, good choice. I also have ice cream in the freezer, so I could eat an ice cream. I have not had dessert. I also have fresh Tim Tams, so I could do a Tim Tam slam. Or just get some chocolate. Or candy. We have the Werthers on the desk, but the Werthers are also fruit lozenges. I have a rule. No bad Fridays. I love that rule. That is a fabulous rule, Ivy. Is it okay to call you Ivy, or do you prefer Ivy Pearl in full? I'm happy to do either. I just want to make sure you're comfortable. Don't drink often, but I went out last week for a friend's birthday and we had some, and it was so good I had to buy a bottle. Fantastic. I really had to stop and think about what day it is here. My brain can't handle time zones. Oh my goodness. It can make it very confusing, especially because I am so far in the future compared to a lot of people. So it can, you know, like when I'm in a stream and they're based in the UK and I'm like, hi, I'm almost 12 hours ahead of you, and I can be like, it's a whole different day. Yeah. The time zones are messy, and then you throw in like daylight savings and it gets all confusing, and time math, and trying to calculate when to run D&D for international groups with time zone changes. Oh my god. Ivy is great. Fantastic. Thank you. I just like to check these things before I go ahead. I don't want to presume your name, but thank you so much for confirming. Tim Tam Slam sounds incredible. Tim Tam Slams are amazing, and I got the caramel ones, so it's good. Would mean I have to go and make a coffee, which I could do. I might finish this cup of cola first and I can make a coffee. Not like actual coffee. I should probably drink decaf this late at night. I say that drinking caffeinated cola this late at night. what is it? It's almost 10 p.m. It's 9:30 p.m. I did not realize we're already that late. Holy moly. Caramel Tim Tams? I'm intrigued. Oh my goodness, have you never had a Tim Tam, Danger Dimples? Do we need to? I can. I will have to put you on break screen for a minute while I go and boil the jug to make the coffee, because you have to have a coffee to do this. Penguins are our equivalents, but I can't imagine how the caramel go through. Ah, okay. So what it is it's just your regular Tim Tam style biscuit, but it has a little splodge of caramel in the middle. But because I keep my Tim Tams in the fridge, that caramel goes quite hard. Like, you can snap it, basically, when it's kept in the fridge cold enough. And that's the key, because then when you do the Tim Tam Slam, which if anyone isn't aware, it's taking a Tim Tam cookie, which is 2 cookies with like a chocolate cream in the middle, coated and dunked in chocolate. It's taking that cookie, biting off opposite corners, and then sucking hot coffee or hot chocolate or hot tea, your choice, through the cookie like it's a straw. So if you get the caramel ones, the hot coffee reactivates that caramel and takes what is a goopy biscuit experience to a chewy goopy biscuit experience. Because the caramel starts half melting, but not enough to be runny, to be more chewy. They are chewy caramels, so they are more chewier caramels than like liquid caramels, but it's delicious. It just adds this extra texture. And the salty caramel just complements the sweet biscuit so much. Yeah, or hot chocolate. Yes, you can do it with hot chocolate perfection. I like doing it with coffee, particularly my black coffee, because the blackness of that coffee, the bitterness of it, just cuts through the sweetness so much. So that's why I do it with the black coffee. Yeah, I do love been introduced to Tim Tam Slam before. The caramel one now sounds mind-blowing. Alright, well we might have to do a caramel Tim Tam Slam. I kind of now do want dessert. So, and it's probably a good time to take a break because we have been going 2.5 hours. So it's probably an appropriate time for me to go and quickly boil the jug, make a cup of decaf coffee, and I will go and grab the Tim Tams and we'll do a Tim Tam Slam. So I'll put you on the Be Right Back screen for a couple of minutes while I do this. Take this opportunity to also go to the bathroom, hydrate, stretch, grab your meds, grab your dinner, put your plate in the sink, whatever you can do to self-care to look after yourself. And we will be back very, very shortly. Okay, we're back. Everybody do your stretchies. Exactly. So first things first, we're just going to move that out of the way because we are dealing with liquids. And again, water-based markers. This is a thing. So we have our cup of hot liquid, in my case, black coffee. Black decaf coffee, because it is nearly 10 PM at night. And then, as promised, Tim Tam's chewy caramel. So if you're not aware what a Tim Tam is, here's your picture for you. So you've got 2 chocolate cookies with chocolate cream in between, and then because this is caramel, it's got a caramel drizzled chewy center, and then it is coated in chocolate. They are delicious biscuits. They are Australian, but we will forgive them because they are so worthwhile for being what they are. So yes, they come in a few different varieties. The mint one I saw mentioned before by Perfection is also very, very good. Yeah, love doing a regular Tim Tam with cold milk on a hot day too, very much. Yeah. But my personal favourite is chewy caramel into black coffee. Because caramel coffee, that combo is also brilliant. So we have a piping hot cup of coffee here. I mean piping. This is literally just boiled from the jug, poured into the cup. Boiling, boiling. So we're going to take our cookie here. So again, I keep these in the fridge. So this is rock hard, ice cold right now. And we're going to bite off a corner. Bite off an opposite corner. And what it does, exposes the cream. And now we have our Tim Tam straw. So we're going to use our cookie to suck the coffee up through that cream section. And what it does is, because it's so hot, it just melts it from the inside, and you end up with this gooey, melty mess. And I find the easiest way to do this is to actually hold this in my mouth and then suck it up. It's kind of awkward to do on stream. See what I mean? It just goes so gooey and melty. But it's delicious. I think I need to do a Tim Tam slam again with a cold penguin. It was chaotic with room temperature one. Yeah, do it with a cold one. The coldness of it helps it keep together. It will still get melty gooey, but it'll be less likely to fall apart into your coffee with a cold one. But yeah, that's a Tim Tam slam. It is deliciously divine, so if you can find some sort of equivalent, really recommend. Very messy, very inappropriate to do on stream. So worth doing on stream. Because I needed dessert and that was divine. And we will have another one in a minute. I'll just let that go down. And I'm going to let the coffee cool down just a smidge, because that burnt my lips as it came up through the cold cookie into my mouth. That was so hot. So it wasn't quite as melty as I'd normally like, because the coffee was just too hot. So while we wait for that to happen, we will carry on with this side and bringing those same wolf colours over to our decapitated wolf over here. Hot drinks are a risk. They are. They really are. But it's also so chilly tonight that a hot drink was also a very good idea, because it's cool. So same thing again, we're doing the little flicks following the fur fabric, following sort of the lines Kerby's put in here, and clustering it more in the areas where Kerby has clustered more lines, and doing less in the other areas. And it's a lot easier because we're normal, because Kerby gives us all the guidelines. What's your temperature at the moment? I can look that up for you. I really do want to get the thingy that converts, oh, why am I doing it through there? Converts it on stream, but I have to get another API thing I learned last night. This book is so creepy yet artistically fabulous. There's a perfect way to describe it. Ivy, it is absolutely gorgeous artistically. I think it's some of his best work artistically. It is very creepy. So it is 11 Celsius, which isn't too cold. For freedom units, it is 51 degrees. So it's not cold, it's not icy or anything like that, but there is a chill in the air, the kind of chill where I can tell in my bones that it is snowing up on the mountain near me. So, yeah. Could be colder, glad it's not. Very happy in my warm blanket hoodie, but we are definitely starting to get that winter chill forming. Still not sure about getting this book. The more I see it, the more I like it. Yeah, Perfection, I can see you liking it, but I also understand the hesitancy. You've seen a complete flip through, right? You've seen the creepy, particularly creepy images. It is very detailed compared to his other work. It is incredibly more detailed, but I think it also breaks down the space a little bit more. I'll have to see as I get more into it. But you don't have to rush, like, you know how easy it is to still pick up Mythomorphia, and that was printed in 2016. Like, Kerby is popular. So there will be no rush in needing to get this book. Like, it will be an easy to source book for a long time. $11 AM and 13 Celsius here. I'm excited for 19 degrees this afternoon. Nice. 19 sort of around my perfect temperature. I am about to do a Tim Tam Slam, Rosalind. I am indeed. With a chewy caramel Tim Tam. So much better that time. Because the coffee was just slightly cooler. So I could use more of it as sucking it up like a straw. And then you're just left with the chewy caramel. Because it's the cherry caramel ones. It just melts in your mouth. So good. I can't bring myself to buy it, but I enjoy seeing other people's work in it. Yeah. I pre-ordered it well in advance, like over a year ago. Because I have all of Kerby's work. So I knew, like I knew with the title it was going to be dark. I was not expecting this dark, but I should have, knowing Kerby's work. But yeah, I had it pre-ordered regardless because I have every one of Kerby's books. I love his work. I have his compilation books. Like, he's a very important illustrator to me. He's my favorite illustrator. And so I was getting it regardless. However, when the flips started coming out, I was trying to avoid seeing them because I wanted to see it when I got it. Because at this stage I had it pre-ordered and I was expecting it to arrive on time with my pre-order. And then the lovely Smalt messaged me and said, hey, I've just seen a flip through of Dark Fairytales and I'm going to warn you in advance because I think there's some pages you should be warned about because Smalt knows my triggers. I am someone who gets very very upset by seeing or hearing descriptions of children being hurt. And this book does deal with that. And so she told me in particular about the couple of the pages. I think there's about 6 of them in particular we talked about. So that I wouldn't be like, oh my god, as this book came in, which I was really, really appreciative of. And so I didn't watch any flips, not because I didn't want to ruin the surprise, but because when the book came in, I wanted to be able to time it, like flip it myself and make my own opinion of it and take my time, so that if any page was too much for me, I could close the book and walk away and form my own opinions about whether or not I could work the page. And there are 3 pages in here in particular that are going to prove incredibly difficult for me to complete. One of them, I can actually cover up a section of it and then the page would be workable. One of them, I can see on a on a certain type of day being done, because I appreciate it from an artistic sense. But it's going to be a bit of a challenge for me to colour otherwise. The third one, I don't see myself ever completing. I don't see myself ever colouring it. I don't know how to work it in a way where I'm not confronted with something that makes me feel uncomfortable and I don't want to deal with. So, but I'm also okay with a book never being completed. Or a book being completed except for the pages that I want to be completed, right? So, yeah. I love a lot of the pages in here. I think artistically it's his best work yet. But I fully understand and fully encourage that if you cannot deal with this book, don't get this book. You don't have to get this book. You don't have to. The great thing about colouring is there is so many books out there, and there's books in every type, every style, every variant. Colour what you enjoy. I just get so hyped to see colouring. I don't care if your colouring is a colour by number colour along, a 1 pen colour the dots book, a beautiful, I've used 150 colours of Prismas and it's taking me 18 plus hours to do this one little area. I've gone for complete photorealism with the most expensive pencils in the entire world. Here's my Crayola 4 colours pencils on cheap kids paper. Like, I don't care what you have coloured. I love seeing colouring because I know the joy and the positivity and the mental health benefits and the wonderfulness of this hobby. And I just get so excited to see people engaging in it and engaging in it in a way that sparks their creativity and joy. So as long as you are loving what you're doing, I will be there hyping for you and being like, yes, yes, show me the pretties, show me the pretties. Yeah, probably in 2 years. Yeah, probably. Yeah. You could cover the page and create your own art. Exactly. One of the pages in here, I'm not going to flip to it just in case, but there's one page in here where there's an element up here and then there's water and there's a scene and there's a section down here. So it's kind of divided into thirds. You've got a scene, you've got a creature up here, water, and then a scene down here. If you know the book, you probably know the page I'm talking about. And it's what's in this bottom corner that triggers me. But it's also very easy to cover that section up. It just turned that into water. I have water printed papers. I could just cut that out, stick that in, and never deal with that section. And just have the creature up here, which is totally fine. So things like that are very doable. In all honesty, the page that I can't see myself ever colouring, I could just stick it together. Just pretend it doesn't exist in the book. Like, I don't have to colour every single page, so if worst comes to worst, I'll just stick them together. Not the end of the world. It's my colouring book. And because of that, how I choose to colour it, how I choose to engage with it, that's the correct way of doing it. There is, I want to make sure I get this name right, Sophia. There is a wonderful, she does put up YouTube videos where of her of her books that she's working in, and she alters them. She can't color traditionally, but she does all the scrapbooking and alters pages. Soraya, I knew I was saying it right. Soraya Colors. I'm gonna find her YouTube chat. So I should really have my actual keyboard. We want to copy that, and then we go back, and we go back to Instagram so I can find the pictures to show you. Soraya is also the one that kind of started Space Timber. Reached out to a bunch of us to ask if we wanted to help post it. I was not in the headspace to do it at the time, but very much. So this is the channel here, and let me go back over to Twitch, and thank you, Danger, that's lovely. So you'll see videos here about the channels. Look, there I am there. But yes, Soraya can't work in colouring books traditionally. So we'll do scrapbooking and altering and layer in different things to alter it in a way, and often get influenced by things like Star Wars. So this is Ivy and the Inky Butterfly, and Soraya is turning it into a complete different story. So you can see here how, like, if you know Ivy and the Inky Butterfly, very, very different approach to it. So it's a really unique way to approach colouring books. She's already done Alien Worlds in completion. So you can see Ivy with Yoda and dude. I'm blanking, my mind is blanking. But yeah, because there are some hand issues there, and this is what I'm meaning about taking, it's your book, so reinterpret it in a way that suits you. Work this book how it suits you. Like, there is no wrong way. And you might look at this and go, oh, but you're completely covering up the illustrations that are there. No, she's using it to tell her own story, to tell different elements. I just realized this one is all about Oceania, so yeah, so we're doing like different mythologies here, and it's completely just scrapbooked in. I'll see if I can find the Alien Worlds ones. You can find a complete flip through of Alien Worlds. This one here, I can actually show you what the original page was, because I've done that one. The greatest joy becomes unexpected. Like, just so brilliant, so simple. That design was already on there, and she's obviously gone in and watercolored and stuck in ribbons and stuff like that. So yeah, this is what I'm saying about a coloring book is what you make it, and it does not have to be what is there in the coloring book. Completely covering up the coloring book is also a very valid option. Luke, thank you, Danger Dimples. I know it, but also my brain is just like, nope. I've been live a lot today. Yeah, it's a really interesting approach. So if you want to see someone who's just working outside the mold, really, really encouraging it. And it's not like you have to do what Soraya is doing with reworking whole entire books, but just taking note of like that approach, that creativity, and just trying to alter pages a little bit. Just like stick on a couple of elements, find some stickers that work, change out that background, like play around with some paints and texture, and it's a lot of fun. I love altering pages. Your book, your rules, do whatever you want with it. Exactly perfection. And that's why I say there is no wrong colouring. The only wrong colouring is not colouring, and that comes with a little asterisk beside it for sometimes you have a mental health need to not colour, and that's also okay. But yeah, the not letting the fear of colouring get to you. Just don't be afraid about ruining a page, or it not being perfect, or not coming out how you envisioned. Because even if the page does not work out as you had pictured it, you would have learnt something along the way. As long as you have had joy and you have had, like, you've found peace and had fun while engaging in that creativity, you've coloured, and you've coloured correctly. Who cares if the image doesn't turn out right? Because it's not about the image, it's about the process to get to that image. And yes, having a nice image at the end certainly does feel good. I do understand that. I agree with that. I love it when I finish and the page looks beautiful and I'm happy with it. But it's not the point of colouring. The point of colouring is to have that time for us to sit down, to unwind, to have our mental health break and focus ourselves, take our time. And so if in taking our time we produce something that in our minds looks like rubbish, that's fine, because it's not about what we've produced, it's about taking that time. My name is Perfection, but my pages are far from perfect. They're perfect because you did them, but I understand where you're coming from. And I will feel very bad calling you imperfection every time, so I'm glad you've called yourself Perfection. Preach! Yeah. I love how encouraging you are. Well, thank you. I feel like it's important to be. It comes from a place of genuine hype and genuine passion for this hobby. Like, again, I legit will be that person that will get photos and stuff through, or be on social media, and we'll see pictures and, how do I word this in a way that doesn't sound awful? I know I have a certain level of skill, and I know not everyone has that technical skill that I have, but I will still be that person that comes to your picture and gushes over it, because again, I love colouring. And so it's not about having the technical skill. There is always something in a colouring page that I will look at and go, oh my god, love. It will be your choice of glitter, your choice of colours, the way you've coloured a certain element, your choice of the page, the fact that you completed a page. Like, there is so much that I can go into that I just love about a page, and I get so hyped no matter what your skill level is. And I know that sometimes it can seem a bit like, oh, well, she's saying this and she can produce X. Yes, I can produce X, but I will also produce Y and Z, and then A, which is completely at the other end of the realm and doesn't even look like it belongs. And then there's randomly a J in there, and J just looks like I blobbed paint on the page and closed the book, because I did, because I was experimenting. Not every page is a masterpiece, not every page is technical skill. And if any page is technical skill, I will try to explain it and share those techniques, because that's how you learn. Like how to colour with water-based markers, so you can very quickly churn out pages and get a good amount of detail in there with some very cheap, very accessible and very easy tools. I love sharing that. I've just done a bit I was scared to do, but I went with it, and I'm happy how it turned out. Heck yeah, Danger Dimples! Can we get some celebration emotes for Danger? They faced the danger and they came out the other side, and they're proud, and that is everything. It's me and gel pens. Yes, I love what you do with gel pens, and it just blew my mind that you could take such, again, a simple, easy to access media that most people don't think of anything more than embellishments, and you do entire pages with them, and it's stunning. And I get so hype every time I see your work, and I've shared you a couple of times on stream when you haven't been here, Perfection, because I've been talking about the power of gel pens and what you can do with them. And in fact, I'm going to do that right now. We're going to bring up Perfection, because if you've not seen Perfection's gorgeous work, you need to see Perfection's gorgeous work. Let me just find a cheat by going to messages and then bringing up their page. Alright, Perfection Cider. Perfection, let's get your This is Perfection's Instagram. They also have a YouTube where they put up shorts. I believe it is Perfection Cider at an extra X on the end, and then I want to say 9012, but I cannot remember. It's in the Instagram. There you go. Follow the Instagram. Follow the Instagram. But this is what I mean about simple one page coloring. But look at this. Look how evenly Perfection has gotten into those little dots. Like, I can't do that. My hands with pens just want to go everywhere. It is so good, and it's such a perfect mindless coloring page, but so brilliant. I also love that bright pink. Actually, that bright pink is hot. So yeah, just simple, stunning, perfect. And then we've got things like this, where this is all coloured in gel pens. We've got Jelly Roll Stardust, Jelly Roll Glaze, Shuttle Art gel pens, Das Kid gel pens, Langale gel pens, Pentel Matte Hop, Pentel Hybrid Dual Metallic, and then Anko gel pens, right? So just variety of gel pens. Look at this magic. Look at this magic. Notice how there's no streaking. Notice how smooth it is. Notice how in the lines it is. Gel pens. Absolutely amazing. And it's done with gel pens. Don't underestimate your media. So yeah, this is what I mean. There are some brilliant, and someone may look at that and go, oh, but you do this for 30 or 40 plus hours, and go, I don't care. Look at this magic. Who's to not say there's 30 or 40 plus hours in that too? Who cares? It's gorgeous. I can appreciate it because it's gorgeous art. And this is what I mean about getting hype about colouring, no matter what type of colouring is out there. All colouring should be celebrated. Also, Cows, hello, how are you going, lovely? I don't normally stream this late, and so now you can actually say hi. It's not my usual stream time. Apologies for missing your hi message while I did all that, but also very important to hype up our friends and show off amazing work. That's also why I say, if you're working on something and you want to show it off on stream, you can like DM it to me on Instagram or let me know where I can find it, and I'll pull it up on stream, because again, I'm nosy. I like when you pay the art tax, because I want to see your artwork. I want to see what you're up to. But I also really do like to encourage and share and highlight all the amazing people and the creativity. I'm a new colorist, but I'm going to start posting coloring videos. I love this community, Ivy. It's a brilliant community. It is a brilliant community, and I'm going to make a point, since you're going to start posting videos, we're going to make sure we're subscribed to you, so we can be there. Oh my god, your user icon is so cute. Your user icon is so cute. Y'all, look at this. Look at this little cutie. Oh, and the little covers. Oh my god, that's adorable. If we need a new colouring channel to go and check out, Ivy Pill is going to be posting some colouring videos soon, so you can get in early on the love and be there. It looks like we've already got some haul videos as well, so fantastic. Just make sure I post that in YouTube as well. The joys of dual streaming, I have to make sure I post in 2 chats. Alright. Yeah. I love your hoodie. Yes. Unicorns. I have 3 unicorn blanket hoodies. It's essential. Yeah. You can always count on some hype with Amy. Yeah. Look, my middle name is Joy, so I have to be positive, right? I don't. You absolutely do not. Mum chose my middle name not for the name Joy, but because with my first name, Amy Joy, it actually means beloved delight. That's why she chose my name. Yeah. I woke and saw you alive and was like, I can say hi now. Oh, yay. Yeah, I don't normally stream this late. I did my regular stream earlier today, and it was like a bit of a tutorial on how to colour with water-based markers to do what we've done so far here. And then I promised to do how to do the sky, so I was going to sit down to record that tonight. But then it's like, well, instead of recording it, why don't I just go live? And then all the friends who don't normally get to say hi can come in and say hi. And I'm so glad I did, because Cal's got to come in and say hi. Hi. You are absolutely a delight. Thank you. Love, love, love to be a delight. Trying to get 14 pages completed in each of Joanna's 13 books before a 14th book comes out. Wow. Oh, Rosalind, that's a lot. Are you including like the 30 days of creativity and how to draw as well? You're obviously not including Ivy, so I'm guessing that one's just not in your collection. But do we include 30 days of creativity and the how to draw Inky Wonderlands? Oh wow. You got a project. That's an excellent project though. Look, even Streamlabs is here to remind you that you're awesome. Alright, carrying on. So I'm still not 100% sure what colour we're going to do for the spikes on Wolf, but we will carry on and think about that some more. So Cows, just so you know what we're up to, we're colouring in Kerby Rosanes' Dark Fairytales. If you do exclamation project, all the details will come up in your chat for you if you're ever curious about what I'm doing on stream. But this is a new colouring book that was released not too long ago and is darker, slightly creepy retellings of fairy tales. It is not usually what we have on the channel. Usually here I'm very safe and positive and glittery and bubbles and rainbows and candy, and we just keep it we're a happy glittery escape from the real world, because the real world is scary and quite nasty and sometimes I don't want to be there. So we escape to here, but I had the request to try to explain this technique, to explain it on this page, and I kind of wanted to colour in it. So this is a little bit more spooky than we would usually go for on the channel in terms of colouring, but it's quite fun to do. But yeah, usually I'm colouring, like I last just finished colouring in Erie, who is this gorgeous illustrator, and I coloured like some English Rose tea rooms. So we've gone from English Rose tea rooms to Red Riding Hood destroying the wolf. So very, very opposite. Is that Joanna Basford? Yes, Ivy and the Inky Butterfly and 30 Days of Creativity is Joanna Basford, and she has another book coming out. I believe it's Wonderful Wildflowers or Wildflower Whimsy. It's WW, and it's definitely Wildflowers. I'm kind of cheating. Nameplate pages have been done. Nameplate pages are valid pages. If it gets you there, it gets you there. I really should show. I've got a few Joanna Bassett. I don't have all her books, and I'm not likely to get all her books. I do like her illustration. I do find some of it very similar, but you can say the same thing about Kerby. It's just a matter of perspective and taste, really. But I do have, my favourite of hers is actually Ivy and the Inky Butterfly. I love Ivy and the Inky Butterfly. But I also have 30 Days of Creativity, which is a bit of a project book for me, and it's a bit of an altering book. We have a lot of fun with that one. And so I think I have my colouring journals nearby. So this is my colouring journal, but this image is actually something that I did in 30 Days of Creativity on the Progress Not Perfection page. So I turned it into this, and then I took a photocopy of it to be my colouring journal because I liked it so much. So that's kind of what I do in 30 Days of Creativity. It's my play around art journaling kind of colouring book. I've kind of been itching to get in there and do another page, but it's been a while, and it takes a while because I have to pull out so much stuff. So when I do it, I kind of want to do a couple of pages because it's easier with all the stuff out. But yeah, I love colouring her stuff when my hands are up to using coloured pencils, so make it too sore, so I go for chunky pages with alcohol pens. Hey, that's all good though. Chunky pages are awesome. The fact that the cute and cozy craze has taken off in the way it's taken off shows how many people love a good chunky page. And the fact that alcohol markers have just soared as well. And there's so many of those cute and cozy books now, and just in every style imaginable. It's brilliant. It's absolutely brilliant. Even I have a bunch of them. And even though the popular way of colouring them is alcohol markers, you also don't have to colour them with alcohol markers. You can absolutely experiment in them too. They're so fun to play around in. I want to do 30 days of art, easily mostly wood burn or digital art. Cows, all form of creativity is valid creativity. It's just about doing something creative. But hey, if you want to try colouring, alright, it is time for me to take on my peddler role. Yes, I say that word. I am known for pushing something that we call gateway pages into the addicting field of colouring. Yes, I am talking about this like it is a drug, but it is a mental health drug that gives you positivity and well-being. It may affect your bank balance. It may cause excessive collecting of unused art materials. I do not take responsibility for this, but you're welcome. So many illustrators out there put out free colouring pages. So many that I run a monthly prompt called Fabulous Freebies. So, for example, this month I have... Where are we? I need to sort out my thing a bit more. This here is a gorgeous page by an illustrator called Kerby Rosanes. Amy the influencer is back. This is called Astrology Cats. Look at this cuteness, right? So cute. So cute. Completely free. One of many, many... Enabler alert. Smoke's come back because I'm enabling people. It is one of many, many freebies on Kerby Rosanes' pages, right? I had never heard of this illustrator until I did some Googling. And it was one of my fabulous freebies that I discovered. This is Kerby Rosanes' website. I will get some links for you. That one there. I can word, I can do things. But all of these are free pages that she has illustrated that you can download, you can print off, and you can colour. You can also colour these digitally, just saying. All of these freebies, absolute freebies. One of many, many artists that do this. You don't have to spend a lot to get into colouring. There are free pages out there. You can simply just Google free colouring pages. If you know a certain illustrator that you're interested in getting a book of, for example, Joanna Basford, if you're interested in Joanna Basford, you can put Joanna Basford free colouring pages. And usually on their website, they will have a place that they link it, or they may have like a Facebook group. Right now we have Morgan O'Brien linked in freebies. Thank you so much, Smalt. If you go to Morgan O'Brien's Ko-fi, you can get entire books for free. There is a book called The Way Home, which is Baby Yoda. There are 2 Animal Crossing books. There's a new Matchstick Mouse. I haven't seen that colouring book. Cookbook colouring book. Sorry, getting distracted. But yeah, free page. Free page. These are pay what you want. And then you scroll down here. Free page. Free page. Free page. Free page. Free page. Free book. Entire book. 30 illustrations for you to colour. All based on Baby Yoda. Also, Annie Day. Very fabulous. very fabulous. And if you're into simple alcohol marker coloring, these work really well for alcohol markers as well. Welcome to the village, and he's also welcome to the island, so Animal Crossing inspired. So if you're into Animal Crossing, yeah, fabulous place to get lots and lots of freebie pages, lots and lots of free coloring. You can print them out. You don't have to use alcohol markers, Cows. You can use whatever you've got around the house, like anything you want to color in with, you can color in with. I'm currently using Supertips. I'm using Crayola markers, the things that you give kids. Yeah, like I've never heard of Matchstick Mouse, but oh my god, I love them. Danger Dimples Matchstick Mouse is brilliant. Yeah, so if you want to do more than just the cozy coloring, Matchstick Mouse is a great place to start. There's also a freebie Matchstick Mouse coloring book somewhere in there. I think it's called like 30 Days of Kindness or something like that. Or that might not be the free one. It may be the Christmas one that's free. There was a free one there for a while that may still be there. So check that out. Yeah, this is why I get called the equivalent of a drug mule for coloring pages. Because I kind of enable people getting into coloring. But you can. You don't have to spend a lot. Use whatever pencils or markers, like pull out some old felt tips, pull out your old pencil cases, shade in grayscale with just a black biro. Use what you've got and just rock with what you've got and just try it. Beatty, hello. No, I am normally not on this time, but we are working away. I got inspired to come back to stream, so we streamed earlier today. I did what I did earlier today, and then I sat down to record a bit about how I will colour the sky, and then I thought, why not go live? And I'm so glad I did, because all the friends who can't normally come in are able to come in. So yeah, if you have, like, I know we've got a few experienced colorists in here. If you know of any fabulous freebie pages that you want to share, feel free to, if you're on the Twitch side, you'll be able to drop the link in the chat. I think you can drop the link in YouTube. I think I've set it up that you can post links in YouTube, but I'm not 100% sure that it will let you. And I kind of don't want anyone to risk getting kicked out unless they're willing to risk getting kicked out. But as far as I understand, my settings should allow you all to post links in the chat, because I do allow links. I do like links. As long as you all are like appropriate to what we're chatting about, it's fine. Saves me having to post them. I still have to copy them over to the other chat. Yeah. Thank you so much, Beatty. Welcome to Unhinged Amy Hours, where you won't be able to leave without acquiring some sort of colouring page or book. You get a book, you get a book, you get a book, you get a book. But I don't want a book. Take a book. Take a book. It probably shouldn't be too. Oh, it's only 10:30. I have to be conscious that my mum may go to bed at some point soon. I printed out that for 2 of my kids. They love it. Oh, I'm so glad. Yeah, there's so many delightful freebies out there. I've got a massive list because I do run a monthly prompt on Instagram, which is hashtag AWA for Amy Brought Up. Fabulous freebies, and basically every month I just list a freebie page from the internet, and then everybody can colour it in, and the idea is it's like a easy colour along group buddy prompt situation. But so far no one has coloured in the astrology cats except for me, and I'm hoping it's that people are working on it and just haven't completed it yet, because it is a slightly more detailed one. But I know Jen Racine is not a well-known illustrator. Like, I did Lana Green for the first one. Of course, she's a very well-known illustrator, so a lot of people jumped on that one, but also it was the first one. We got a few for Morgan O'Brien, which I did during a month where I just needed a bit of a break. So I'm hopeful that it's just like there's usually a surge towards the end of the month anyway of pages, so I'm just hopeful it's people working on it, because Jen is actually watching. She's really excited to see more people colour her work, and she said that she's going to try and colour it as well to add to the fabulous freebies. So she's absolutely lovely. And yeah, I'd never even heard of her, and I ended up looking at her Amazon shop and all her colouring books. I was like, wow. So I have added her Astrology Cats colouring book, because it's a whole colouring book of astrology cats. I've added it to my wish list, and next time I do an Amazon order, I'm going to try and get it, because again, lovely illustrator, but also just really cute book, and I just never heard of it before, and that's what I love. Yeah, astrology cats, it sounds amazing. Yeah, so the fabulous freebie that I was showing before by Kerby Rosanes. Let me make it back down to size. There we go. This is actually from her book, which is called Astrology Cats. And if I do it this way, she also has a cat. Yeah, so I do that and do that. These are her books. So lots of different books. Really neat style. Reminds me a lot of Emily Oleg. Lighted la 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 la. I can't word. But this is Astrology Cats. I'll just make this huge. So it's the same images on that, on the minis, but with a lot more detail, which is really, really cute. And then like little information pages. I just think it's a really neat one. So yeah, and I'd never ever heard of it before. And it's just a Amazon printed book, you know, KDP one, but that's okay. I just followed on Insta. Yeah, I'm gonna do the Astrology Cat ones today. Heck yeah! There you go. And it's a fabulous freebie that you can do. I didn't realize they were astrology ones. Yeah, it might be the case because it's like such a detailed page. It's hard to see. Yeah. Blah, blah, blah. My one, it's so glittery. So glittery. I had so much fun with it. And that's a great thing too about a PDF page, is that if you know, you want to try stuff and stuff goes wrong, you can just print it again. Like, it's not the end of the world because it's a PDF. Just print it again. As long as you have easy access to a printer. I go into a store to get mine printed, but I just print 2 copies. And it's just like easy. I'm a Pisces, so I guess I have to get it because I'm on the back. Yeah. I'm a Leo. Nice. I am a Capricorn. And I believe from memory, Capricorns are logical, steadfast, but also understanding. It's been a while since I've read the description. I do agree with the logical part. I am often told that I am very logical and practical in that sense. Apparently we make good leaders. Yeah. Ooh, a Rita Berman one. Rita Berman one. Oh, yes. Now, I don't think you can actually download the freebies from here. I was trying to figure out how I get the freebies. Afterwards, you can download the illustration from here. So, and that's what I was trying to figure out, is where do I download the illustration from? Because I can't see like any obvious download illustrations from here. And when you click on things, nothing loads for me. So let me know if it's different for you, BD. Because I do want to do a Rita Berman. Am I just being dumb? Are things just not working for me? But also, if it's not working for me, is it not working for anyone else? Yeah, so the banner's not letting me click anything. Nope. Yeah, because I have Rita on my list because I would like to highlight her because she does put out some amazing freebie pages. But when I looked at it, I was like, how do I download it? And I think I put it on a like troubleshoot this one later list, and I just haven't made it back there yet. Yeah. Okay, so it's not just me. It's not just me. That's reassuring. I'm not just being like dumb, right? You know, sometimes you just feel like you're missing the obvious. And you're like, how? Now I did find if you are wanting Rita's fabulous freebies that she did put out, I know Amanda Colours has them listed on her website where she has a bunch of freebie artists. That might have been actually where I found out about Jen Racine, because Amanda Colours has a freebie section on her website. And I believe she's hosting them there. And I just, I have a note to message Amanda Colours, because if she's got permission to host them there, then I can like promote that. But I would then put out like, we're colouring Rita Berman, and then put a thanks Amanda Colours for hosting these. But I don't know if she's meant to be hosting them there and is maybe forgotten, because this is a very old post on her website. And it hasn't been updated with the newer ones, and yeah, and I don't want to get Amanda in trouble. So it's one of the reasons why I have to check with her first. But also may not be an option. But also Amanda Colours. Yeah, there's BD with the Amanda Colours list. I'm going to get hubby to colour the astrology cats too. Oh my goodness, cows, I'm excited. Well, when you have coloured it, I hope you'll both feel okay posting it on Instagram and tagging me in it so that I can add it to my fabulous freebies slideshow. It's got the latest ones in there too. Okay, so she must have permission to host them there. I still will message her anyway because it's the right thing to do, and it's polite to be like, hey, you know, fabulous freebies, can I link this one? And then give Amanda credit for being the hosting the pages for us. Yeah. But that's good to know if it's got the latest one. Again, I was doing this at a glance, so I might have missed. I think when I was looking at Rita Berman, I had 64 pages open that I was trying to look at and trying to keep track of all these different illustrators that may or may not work for fabulous freebies. Because when I choose a fabulous freebies artist to feature, the artwork has to be accessible. It has to be one that I can like click into without having to go behind a sign-in wall or something like that. So there's a couple of requirements. So there's a lot of like figuring out and disregarding illustrators, because unfortunately, as much as I love their work and they have every right to put it behind an email mailing list or a Facebook group, I don't want to have that for fabulous freebies. I want it to be accessible. This is a big point of it. Is it okay if I do digital with markers and post them both? Absolutely. Absolutely. All colouring is valid. All colouring is valid. I'm just excited to see more colouring. I'm going to head off soon because I need to soak up some sunshine. Heck yeah, but thank you so much for this. I've made low more progress on my page than I would have done otherwise. I love that so much for you, Danger Dimples. That is amazing and exciting and what we like to hear. There is something in like colouring while somebody is colouring on stream. I feel like it's that co-working element, you know? I get so much more done. I don't get as much done when I am the streamer, but when I'm watching others, I get a lot done. But we don't stream for productivity. We stream for vibes. and for discussions on cats and chaos. And occasionally we'll get some colouring done. Okay, where are we at? We're at 3.5 hours. Let's get this last little bit of this wolf done, because we need to get onto the sky. This is the main point. I did want to show a little bit of the fur. We've done the fur. I've ended up doing all the fur. But now we've done the fur, we can move on and we can do the sky. So the fur will still be worked back over with Fineliners, as I said. We'll go back over, we'll add in more finer lines, we'll deepen up areas, we'll create even more fluffy texture. But for now, our basic fur is done with our grey and purples. And we can start working on our sky. And unfortunately, this purple that I'm using is actually very close to dying. So I don't think we'll be able to keep using this purple after this. Which is a shame, because it's a real pretty purple, and I don't know if I have a similar colour in the Crayola Supertips. Which is another reason why I might need to get a new set of cheap brush markers. Because there are different colours in there. Okay. Self-care chicken, yes. I'll see if my niece comes around today too and colours the cats. Yeah, freebie pages are great for nibbling colouring too. Smolt, how ridiculously late is it for you right now? I hope you are getting some sleep tonight. But also, you're a grown-up and you can do as you desire. But also, please also self-care and look after yourself too. It is 6:37 AM. Oh my goodness. Are you now getting up for the day? Or are you still to go to bed for the day? Just doing a little back stretches, a little wiggles. Lift coffee cup. Hey, Millie Pants. We're back. We're back. Alright, we've had some water. We've finished off our coffee. It is decaf. No panics. I sometimes do nap later. Perfect. Perfect. But that's the main thing, as long as we're getting some self-cares. Okay, so we have finished our fur. We're up to the sky. So, as I said, with my crudely drawn illustration, we have two options for sky that we are doing. On this side, we're going to do our dot gradient method, and then on this side, we're doing our streaky method. And this one, we have already drawn in a moon. So we are breaking up our background a bit by drawing in a moon. So we've got less of a big open space here to work with. But we still have a bit over here. So we're going to start with our dot blend first. Even though it's very similar to something that we've already done, it's going to make it really much better for me figuring out these colors and making sure my blend is correct, because this dot blend is a lot more forgiving than our streaky. So we need to make sure we get our colors correct here. Most of the time when I've worked with the markers, I've used maybe 2 or 3 colors. This time we're going to be using a lot of colors because we want to have a good blend. Now, I just need to clean up some tabs because I have a lot of tabs right now. Oh my gosh. Why do I have 2 Instagram messages open? I don't know. Okay, that one's done. That one's closed. Close that one. Okay, cool. Cleaned up. Alright, so what I want to do here is have kind of the purples that I started using there. So we want to start with yellow, orange, purplies, which means we may also need a pink in there. Purplies going into darker purples, going into blues, going into dark blues, and then we will go into our blacks. So you can see we've got a lot of bundles pulled out here. Just seeing if there's anything else I've missed. Potentially in there. Okay. So yeah, we've got a lot of colours. If I'm actually in screen. Yellow, orange, pinky purples, violet purples, blues, darker blues, actually my purple blues, dark blues, black. So that's the kind of gradient that we want to create up there. A lot of the yellow I want to keep more on the orange side, so it's going to be a lot more focused on this, but I think that will be a really fun pop in the background, bringing in that purple. So we know we want to end on black. Let's start figuring out which black we want, because each of these blacks have different tones. One is a green black, one is a warm black, and one is a cool black. And I never remember which one is which. Okay, so the Supertips is our green black. This is our warm black. This is our cooler black. So we're going to be using that one. So I know I want to then have dark blues. I think that's going to be our darkest blue. Okay, you're a good next step. So this is what I mean about the color choice can sometimes be the longest part of this. But we need to take our time with it because we need to make sure we've got the right choices. Especially here. So there's our blue. So we're already at 3 markers. Again, most of the time when we've done this, we've worked with 4 colors. We're at 3 and we've only done black and blue so far. Let's look here, because we could also potentially just use that as a blender between the two. Yeah, I think that will work as a blender between the two. So we've got 2 purples. Somehow we've ended up all with brush markers, and that's okay. You're our pinky purple, and we start merging into here. Not that one. Colour picking doesn't take as long as companies would label their markers so you can make a reliable swatch. Cough cough Crayola, tell me about it. I've thought about often making, like, numbering my markers and just making my own swatch. Because honestly, the amount of times that I spent trying to swatch, trying to figure out what colour goes next in my gradient. Cat's printed you! Oh, I'm so excited for you, Cows. I hope you have the best of times and you enjoy every second of the colouring. It's so exciting. Okay, yeah, we're not going to do that one at all. We're going to jump straight to here. But we need the Tombow colour. Okay, you're a pink. You might work as our transition. Too dark. Too cool. We want that warmer pink. Alright, so this is our because that works as a transition to the cooler purple. Okay, I'm just going to make sure I have the other one of those out because they fray like crazy. And then it's you. And then you're kept nearby because we're going to go to orange. And so we need quite the transition here. Because I don't really want the pink to be a focal colour. I just want it to help me get to orange. You do work brilliantly with orange, but you don't merge onto the pink, onto the purple. You are essentially the same colour. You might be a better colour, not quite. Can you do tip-to-tip blending without tips? You absolutely can. And if I need to, I can do that. Oh, you might be... Hang on. We might have a winner. It's going to be quite a harsh transition to the orange. And this is the area where things can get dicey. So that is probably where we may need to do some tip-to-tip blending. But... Alright, and then we've got our orange. And we want a lighter orange, so you. And then we want an even lighter orange. You're a little on the apricot side, but we want that because we want it nearby to work with the yellow, because the yellow is not a huge feature again, it's more just a blender. Okie dokie, so we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11 colours pulled out for the sky. Keeping in mind most of this we've done with 4. We have a black. We have a navy blue. We have a royal blue. We have a blue purple, which will be blended with this into the royal. So I need to remember the royal is a transition. She goes into purple. We've got our buttery Prismazar. Ah. When you come back. So our purple, we have 2 of this marker, just because it's known to fray. And then we have this. Now this is very similar to our purple. We may be able to get away with it, to be perfectly honest, now that I look at this. But it's also going to, again, be a blender step. Because it's got a bit more warmth than the other purple. I just went way too far with that. Got our orange. Orange. orange, and our yellow. And that is our full range of 11 colours. So you can see we've got a couple of points we are just going to have to watch. In particular in here, the pink to orange blend, which is always a messy time. But I think it'll work. Just take all the colours that we previously used and try and find somewhere to put them all. Doesn't mean they'll roll anywhere, but they'll stay out but not in the way. Okie dokie. Then I can swing those up a bit and actually have them in order and accessible. You got this. Yeah. Okay. We're about to hit 4 hours in. It's a little nervous because I know this is the part a lot of people are going to be coming back for to look specifically at. So that sense, it's like, all right. So what we're going to do here is what I said was the dot blend method to create a gradient. So I'm going to do that this way. We're going to create a gradient going from the dark up to the light, as if there is that moon glow, or do we do it in reverse like it's a sunset? Because this is later on. This is when the moon is risen. I was thinking that way, like we're working towards the moon in the sky, but then I just realised that it could be sunset. These work for sunset, so yeah. Did you want to mark this as a section you can upload on its own? I'll add in a stream marker just in case, but I probably won't. I'll probably let people discover it in the live. I can put a little timestamp though to say, you know, sunset starts here. Yeah, I think if we do it this way, it would actually work a little bit better because it will tie in with this green that we got here and actually gives us a real easy edge to blend into. Because of course our green, which I think is this one here. Nope, it's a darker green. Is that one there. And in fact, we have this one out. We used a little bit in the center down here. But we could absolutely use it to blend into our yellow here. So that's what we're going to do. We're actually going to go this way. Just completely changing my mind. Which means I've now put these in the wrong order. But that's okay. We'll work backwards. So, we've got our green. I'm just going to dot this around the edges of our plants. Golden hour. Exactly. So we've got our plants here, and I'm going to just dot it around and extend it out slightly. Not a huge amount, but enough like, hey, maybe there's some more plants growing in this background here. Just to help with that first transition. And yes, I did it up there as well because it just keeps it consistent. We're doing it everywhere. And then we'll start in here. So around her cape is real easy because her cape comes right up to here. Time to hope and pray that my Foscas have not dried up. Fingers crossed. Right, we had very little colour in there, so that was real easy. Now, there's a couple of ways we could do this. We could do it coming in from the sides, but I think we're just going to focus on a line. So what I kind of try to do is imagine at which point are we going to be transitioning. Keeping in mind, we've got 11 colours. You can also do this. which is absolutely crazy, but I like to do it sometimes, is I line up something at the edge that won't move, like a biro. And you can just line up your colours like this and use the width of the pen to kind of help you guide how wide you should make each line. And you can see here that we don't have much left over, so each section shouldn't really be much more than a pen line. So we're going to start by dotting in our yellow around the edge. Absorbing all those little green dots that we put in the bottom here. And we're going to sort of take it to her chest area. And by that, we're not trying to do it as a solid line. We're just kind of imagining that there's a line across here. We'll keep it solid at the bottom, but as we get closer to the line, we're going to dot out. And just dot up and create an uneven edge. So solid towards the bottom, but dotted up everywhere else. And then where that little bit of green is on the side, we can work some extra yellow into there if need be as well. And then we take our next colour, which is the light orange. We start dotting it in, working a little bit back into our yellow and bringing it up. So we're going to kind of aim for the bottom of her neck. Because we're working in dots, you can kind of dot across to help you oh, that way, wrong way, to help you visualize where you're going to. Try to keep it a bit uneven, but yeah, the point is we want to dot it in. So in the center of our sections between our yellow and our orange, we can kind of scribble in and make it a bit more solid, and bringing it down into the yellow, dot 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 dot, bringing it up, trust the process. I know right now this looks chaotic. Trust the process. Stipple, stipple, stipple. Exactly. I forgot you're live and paused the line. Fair enough. Alright, so now we're going to sort of work towards the top of her head with our brighter orange. And you'll notice that I've still got some gaps on mine. Totally fine. So when we get to this green, same thing. We're just going to dot it in and let it fade out. Now, remembering to bring it down into our orange that we've already done, the light orange. Okay, we'll do one more. We'll do this darker orange and bring that in. So we'll aim for roughly the top of the head, maybe a bit lower. This one's pretty similar, so we don't really need a huge amount. It's just to help the next color come in a bit. So this is a more reddy orange. Right, we've probably got enough in there that we can start. I usually wait till the end and come back to this at the end. But what we do is we rework over, working in small circular motions. And what this does is help blend what is there, fills in all those little missing gaps, and helps blend our colours together. So the first stipple, stipple, stipple helps us sort of place colours and gets it in place. And then by the time you've got a couple of colours, you can see where it's meant to be a little bit more opaque, a little bit more solid. So you can go in with small circles and blend those together. And then add in more dots to blend it down. And again, because these are water-based markers, working back over creates that uneven texture that will help blend together. So you can already see how much more blended that little area is. And that's what we're gonna do. They put us on YouTube for 5 minutes. So far we have set the forest on fire. That is, no joke, a good sign. Exactly. You might be triggering. I do apologize. I have a thing. There is a part of my PTSD that is called olfactory psychosis, which is where your nose smells things that are not actually there. It's a form of psychosis, like seeing people who aren't there or seeing things that aren't there. It is something that I've been working through. But every once in a while, I just get hit with the smell of fire. And it smells like something's on fire. So I have to do like a little check, like, is my laptop overheating? Is there something legit on fire? What it's smelling like to me is maybe the neighbours have had a wood fire going. But also maybe a little bit of coffee smell. It does not smell like I am immediately on fire. But it's enough that my brain's gone, hang on, wee-oo, wee-oo, wee-oo. So we sometimes do this, and this helps me reset because you smell something entirely different. So you smell yourself essentially, or you smell like the fragrance of the blanket hoodie or your perfume, until your brain has completely forgotten what you're smelling. And then you come out and you take a mindful breath and remind yourself that you're safe and that what you're smelling isn't fire, and then you let your brain process what you're actually smelling. I am smelling coffee and cold air. And the combination of the two is tricking my brain into believing if something is on fire. Nothing is on fire and I am safe. So yeah, we're good. I may take a minute I may take the cup out soon if it keeps bothering me. But that is something that I have had to deal with. That is actually a lot better than I used to be. We actually have a thing set up for if I have a panic attack, because they can cause legit panic attacks, and it was something that was quite significantly causing me panic attacks there for a long time. We're a lot better now. I've done a lot of work on how to calm my brain down and get my brain to refocus, because it is a misfiring of the brain. So it's just telling your brain, hey, no, rethink. And it's quite common, the smell of fire. Like, I was really surprised at how many people with olfactory psychosis, it's fire. A lot of people also have sour rubbish, which, oh my god, I'm glad I don't have sour rubbish, because smelling that all day would be horrendous. But yeah, we've gone from, like, I used to get that multiple times a day, and so it caused me so much panic I had to walk out of my apartment, to maybe Like, that's the first time it's hit me while I've been live streaming or during the day while I'm doing something. It hits me a lot more at night when I'm lying down, but your brain has more processing time then, right? Yeah, it's been a while since I've had a big hit like that when I've actually been doing stuff. Nighttime, though, does make it harder. There's something about the crisp night air that my brain just reads as fire, 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 fire. It's like, it's not fire. It's just like cold mountain air. Yeah, brain's doing her best to keep me safe. She's a little confused, but she's got the spirit. Exactly. It's like, yeah, it's not real. But saying it's not real doesn't help you. So one of the things that I used to do was we got Kiwi Mum, and she would come in and she would smell stuff for me and confirm and go, yeah, no, definitely nothing on fire, or yes, but it's so faint and so far away that it feels like it's somebody that's got a wood fire going, or barbecue season. Barbecue season was a big thing, and sometimes Mum would just yell down the hill and go, hey, the neighbours are having a barbecue, because she would smell it and just confirm for me that yes, I am smelling burning, but it's not, the house is on fire. And that's what I have to also kind of remind myself is, yes, I am smelling burning, and that's okay, because food cooking is a type of burning. So cooking smells can often smell like burning. And as I said, wood fires are a thing, and that's what I'm actually suspecting I'm smelling, is a little distant wood fire. But also coffee. Just a coffee is hugely there as well. Coffee can often trick my brain into going fire, fire, and it's like, no, it's just burnt coffee beans. Like, it's roasted coffee beans. So that's why I just took a minute, talked through it. I find talking through it verbally and saying it out loud helps my brain process it. And already now my brain is going, oh, I smell coffee. I smell coffee. So yeah, that's why we just stopped. We did that little verbal exercise, and now we're doing good. But yeah, olfactory psychosis. I had never ever heard of it until it became a thing, and yeah, the psychiatrist was like, yep, that is classic PTSD. That is what can happen. I was like, oh, because psychosis episodes have always been a sign of me not doing well mentally, and I was like feeling good because I hadn't had any psychotic visions, and I was like, we're fine, we're just a little stressed and a little anxiety, and we're having anxiety attacks. And I just keep smelling all these burning cooking smells, but I live in the center of town and people keep burning stuff, and oh wait, none of it's real, huh? Oh wait, there's a thing called olfactory psychosis. Oh wait, this is a side effect of PTSD. Yeah, I like that you do the work to be well. You have to, unfortunately. Like, you can take, I'm a big advocate for taking meds. You can take the meds, you can take different things. At the end of the day, meds are one of the tools. Therapy is a tool, just like colouring is a tool. These are all tools that help you develop and help you grow and help you get to be the best version of yourself. And I still take pills. Pills are fabulous. They can be a stepping stone to help you on recovery and not a rest of your life thing. They could be a rest of your life thing. I take an antidepressant every day, and I will take an antidepressant for the rest of my life, because I take a multivitamin because my body doesn't produce vitamins and doesn't process vitamins very well. I take a brain vitamin because my brain doesn't produce serotonin and doesn't actually do serotonin very well. So yeah, meds are a step, but they're not the solution. But they're a very effective tool. I suffer from panic attacks too. Yeah, panic attacks are not fun. I get that, but with spiders, if I see something, I need to make sure it's not a spider. Yeah, it's normal fluff. I could see that being a problem. It's difficult, but you've found a way around it. Like, one of the things, as I said, for me, one of the things we do is we get Kiwi Mum, and she comes down and she'll smell wherever I'm smelling it. She'll confirm. There's one specific spot in the hallway where I just kept on smelling burning. I was like, why do I always smell it here? And I think it's just because of the light coming through the window at a certain time and hitting a plastic object. I think that's what's causing the burning smell there, that my brain's like, fire, fire, fire. It's like, calm down, brain. Just take a chill pill. We've got chill pills. I'll give you a chill pill. I'd rather not take a chill pill, but we'll take a chill pill. You need to just calm down. Yeah, nothing wrong with being on antidepressants. We'll fully encourage it all the way. They are just a vitamin. Antidepressants are there to produce serotonin. It is the equivalent of taking an iron tablet. You don't process iron well, your body can't handle iron, you take an iron supplement to give you more iron in your body. You don't process serotonin well and you need more serotonin in your body, you take a serotonin supplement. It's just we call them antidepressants. Only difference, we don't call them serotonin supplements. And if it makes you feel better, call it a serotonin supplement. Just call it your supplement. It's your brain supplement. So you can see now we're starting to layer and rework over those areas and bring that blend more and more cohesive. So this is where the layers are going to come in, and we have to watch and make sure we're not saturating our page. But it is reworking. We started gentle, we started slow to get our colors placed down, and now we've started to get our colors placed down. We're starting to extend our blends, to smooth our blends by doing more and more dots. Now, it's still going to look, it's never going to be 100% smooth. It's the nature of the marker we're working with. Again, we're using water-based markers. These are streaky. These are known for the fact that they're streaky. We can't work with that, but we can't hide that. We can't do it beautifully smooth like an alcohol marker, but we can work with that texture and make it look purposeful. And that is what we are doing here. We are making it look like we are doing this on purpose. I call it my lesbian pill because it's my anti-D. Love that, cows. That's fantastic. I call it my brain vitamin. And I like my brain vitamins. Take a couple of them. I need a combination of a couple of vitamins to make my brain work extra good. But yeah, when I was studying psychology, because fun fact, I actually have a Bachelor in Applied Science in Psychology. I was planning to become a psychologist. And then things happened. But yeah, when I was studying for my psychology degree, I had to do this interview thing with a classmate where we were talking and doing this project. And one of the things that came up was the use of medicines. Now, unfortunately, this girl was taking psychology she was taking it more from a business sense and looking at psychology in terms of marketing. So her approach to psychology was very, very different to mine, because I was taking psychology with the intention of looking at it from a mental health perspective, whereas she's taking it from a business marketing perspective, which was really interesting to discuss. And we had some really interesting discussions about different elements and, you know, like the way that psychology is used in marketing to influence purchasing things and stuff like that. So really interesting discussion. But then of course we flipped the tables and we talked about my approach, where I was looking at it from a mental health perspective, and I was talking a little bit about my own journey and my own situation and how, you know, I admit that I'm on antidepressants and I'm on meds and for my mental health, and I've had quite a mental health journey. And she's like asking me these questions. She's like, one of the things I say is I am stronger mentally despite everything going on, now that I have been in years. And she's like, but you're still on antidepressants. I'm like, yes. She's like, but you're still taking meds. That doesn't make you mentally strong. I was like, yes, it does, because it's not me. I am mentally strong because I have worked out how to make my brain work, that my brain is lacking in these items. And my meds are not me taking my brain, taking things to fix me. My meds are things to stabilize me. They make me functional. And that is a different approach. Just because I am on meds does not mean I am broken. And I think there's some people out there that don't view it that way, and you should, because you can be on meds and you can be whole. Just because you are on antidepressant meds or mental health meds, brain vitamins, does not mean you are not a complete person or that you are lacking in some way. Now, yes, you are lacking serotonin, that's why you're on an antidepressant, but you are not lacking in your soul as a person because you need to take meds. Mum and I just call them happy tablets. Happy tablets is a beautiful name for them. They are your happy tablets. The strongest woman I know is strong enough to know that she needs meds. She is strong enough to know how important they are for her. She is awesome. Exactly, Ivy Pearl. You can be as strong as you are and need meds. And there's nothing wrong with that. And that's why I will forever do med checks. How is everyone doing with their meds? Is there anyone out there that needs to take some meds? Are we due medication? Are we due snacks? Are we due water? Do we need to have a little stretchies? What sort of self-care can we do? Do we need to put our dishes in the sink? Do we need to put the laundry on? How can you look after yourself this hour? Now, I'm going to bring this purple up quite a bit because I actually want a bit more purple. And we still have to, we've got quite a harsh transition here, so we are going to need to work that some more. However, I can't work that area right now because it is very saturated and we are risking bleeding through. We've got a little bit of ghosting, but I did pull it early enough that we're going to be alright. Chronic health and mental health are hard. They are. They very much are. But at the end of the day, you're here another day. And that is worth celebrating. Celebrate the little things. Celebrate the things of, like, I made it through a night. I slept. I ate breakfast. I actually went to the bathroom. I walked 6 steps today. If that's all you can celebrate, celebrate it. Celebrate every little thing and find joy in every little thing, because you shouldn't be like trying to measure yourself to people who work an 8-hour day. I'm talking about myself in this. Like, I'm really bad at going, I am X amount years old and I should be working X amount of hours and owning my own home and this and this and this. And it's like, screw that, you know? You're dealing with one heck of a disease and you're thriving as best as you can with this disease. Look at all you do with this disease. Screw what you think expectations are, because you are the only person putting those expectations on yourself. And then I'm like, you're right, Amy. We talk to ourselves and we talk to ourselves good. We should do this. We should embrace what we've done today. I walked 2 steps without my walking frame today. And then other Amy will go, good job, Amy. I legit have conversations to myself like that. I need to load the dishwasher. Well done, Ivy Pearl. I curled up in a ball and cried yesterday because a new sensor failed after 4 hours. Oh, I'm sorry to hear that, Carls. They aren't covered under warranty or anything like that. I don't know how they work, but I would presume there's some sort of warranty. I don't know. Also, I live in New Zealand, so we have the Consumer Guarantees Act, so stuff is a bit different here. That's why I celebrate my birthday every year, because I lived another year. That's something to celebrate. Exactly. That's a huge thing to celebrate. We can celebrate as big things or little things. I love celebrating the small things because it's easy to celebrate the big things. Like earlier today, I was dressed up all fancy and wearing a tiara, and we were celebrating the fact that I am 28 days, almost 29 days now, vape free, nicotine free. And that's quite a big thing to celebrate. That's like huge and awesome to celebrate, of course. But also, there's like little things to celebrate in there as well that are just as valid and just as important. I finished organizing and cleaning out my room to the point that I don't have a single box in here at the moment, except for the donation box. We're not counting the donation box. But I unpacked all my boxes. Like, that's awesome. I've been living here 6 months. For context. You know, I remembered to eat something today. A certain something I was meant to eat. I did a load of dishes today. In fact, we did 2 loads of dishes today. Mum and I both did a little bit of housework because I did a little bit of vacuuming. She did a lot of housework. She cleaned the bathroom. It's looking amazing. I need to go in there and mop it tomorrow. It was like a really nice day, and there's a really cute moment where a bird was hopping along a branch and kind of started tapping on the window like it was asking for food, and it was so adorable. And that just made me smile. I got sent so many cat pictures today, and it's fantastic. Like, these are little things, and you might not think it's worth celebrating, but it's important to celebrate them because you find enough of those little things, and suddenly a bad day can seem fantastic. A day where honestly you woke up and everything was kind of hurting and you weren't sure you were going to make it through the day. And now look at me doing a second stream. Yeah, exactly, Cassie. Exactly. I'm going to be on vitamins for the rest of my life. My body just does not like iron. I take an iron injection. Actually, I do need to contact the doctor and be like, hey, can we do an iron checkup? Because I'm tired a lot lately. Might be time. Well, I got up today, fed myself, and fed the fur baby. Kels, that is 3 things. Look at you go. That is amazing. Well done. I am very proud of you. Triple threat, I tell ya. I am proud of the fact that I did not push through earlier today, and I did indeed put my health first and had a nap, and it was a lovely nap, and I felt much better afterwards. And that is what I am celebrating, that I made a good choice. Also, congrats on 28 days vape free. That's amazing. Thank you. I'm a year vape free and it's been great. Well done, cows. Oh, that's exciting too. I cannot wait until I reach that year mark. I need to make sure I actually write down the date in my phone or something so I can keep track of it. Because yeah. But yeah, it was something that I've been kind of thinking about doing for a while, but I thought I would need to filter down and wean myself off and take it slow. And then one night I just kind of went, you know what? I'm done. And that was Friday. That was 4 Fridays ago. Or 4 Thursdays ago. 4 Thursdays. 4 Fridays ago. God. Brain. Yeah. And so a lot of the I punch for your vape feelings are gone, which is great. I'm enjoying not being in that sort of mood. Alright, we're up to the dark blue, and then we just have the black. and then we're going in and we're starting to clean our gradients, but you can see like we've already got quite a bit of a blend happening here. And you can see down here where we have worked it a bit more, our blend is coming together. Became a habit just to have something in hand, so I swapped it for digital art, playing games, etc. Well done! I found there was points where I was like, I just missed this something in my mouth, so I quite often like that. And then also chewing gum was a big one. I had a lot of chewing gum. Even though I don't like it because I don't like the feel of it getting stuck in my teeth, was also like a, yeah, chewing gum. Okay. Lucky last is our black. So it's like it is turning into sunset. Got little areas, and because this is the last color, we can just color it solidly and then streak it down, keeping in mind that our blue won't actually blend in too well, so it is going to be then we come back over with our dark blue and use that to the layering of it to give us a more gradient effect. Make sure we get under these plants cleanly. That one's easy because it's just all up in there. I'm loving all this positive chat. I struggle probably a lot more than I let myself believe with mental health. Partner struggles a lot. He's so much better now thanks to vitamins. Heck yeah, gotta love our brain vitamins. I'm glad you're both doing better. And that's the thing too with mental health, is it's never like you're just gonna go uphill, uphill, uphill all the time. It's a seesaw. You'll go up, you go down. You go up, you go down. And it's just a part of the journey, and sometimes you'll find that equilibrium and just sit in stable for a while, and hopefully you'll sit in stable for a really long time. And there's some real lucky people that even get off the seesaw after a while, and it's like, wow, well done you. But then sometimes they also come back to the seesaw, and that's okay. It's a ride, you know, and we just do the best to enjoy it as much as we can, and enjoy it when we go up. Understand sometimes we're going to go down. Just completed a page, so it's a buddy, so you won't see it on Instagram yet, but if you sub to my YouTube you'll see it. Ooh, exciting. Is it beautiful and glittery and amazing? Bet it is. Bet it is. I think this pen is also running out too, and I'll be gutted because this is like a dark navy blue is one color I'm really missing in my water-based markers. Should have a look to see if Tombows have that color individually. And it's gonna have to push through because we've got another page, and this is essential for the other page because this is how we're gonna transition our black, and we're gonna need a lot of this color, so it's gonna have to suck it up and push it through. You can't dye me yet. It's still got ink. It is still working. It's just a little drier than I'd like. I believe they do. I have a full set, and you only get full sets if I can replace up used up colors. Yeah, I'm pretty sure. Like Tombos, you can definitely buy open stock. It's just, do they have a dark blue? It's been 9 years since it's taken off them. Oh wow. Let's go. Ooh, leaning forward. Tombos color chart. See what colors we can get. Like, I would imagine they have quite a good range. 108, that's what we want. Oh, sorry, I forgot how huge this was. Yeah, 107 colours plus the colour splendor, which I do have the colour splendor because it came in a set. Alright, colours. So yeah, that jet blue up here, navy blue. I mean, this is just a digitally generated colour chart, so not necessarily 100% accurate, but any of these jet blue, deep blue, navy blue could be what I'm after. I want one that is like been coloured in by somebody, not a digitally produced one. Somebody, have you? Oh yeah? But we don't have any of the particularly dark blues there. Combo colour chart. Looks like they've done it as watercolour though. You can see some of them up there. Right, that's 96. That is digital again. That's okay. I'll have to look into that later on. That is not a now thing. I get distracted very easily if you're not noticed. Take a photo and send it in Insta. That'd be appreciated, Rosalind, if it's not too much trouble. Alright. So we did our navy. We did our black. Those two are looking good. Let's bring in our next blue. Because yeah, if I know that they do that one specific really dark blue, maybe I just have to buy that one-off marker. Not that it'll be anytime soon, because the budget is well and truly stretched beyond belief, because there might have been some very strong comfort purchasing while giving up vaping. Which, no regrets, but also, yeah, time to rein it in. A little area that I want to bring that purple into there. Itchy, itchy, itchy. Right. Da 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 da. What are we at? 4.5 hours. We started this at 4 hours, right? I'm sure it was 4 hours. I have a stream marker. I can check this. There's no way this has only been half an hour of work. Surely. It's almost 11:30. I feel like we started it at 9:30. Like, I know time flies when you're having fun. So, like, it can't just be in hours of work. Ah, no worry, Rosalind. I've sent you. I will go in and I see the requests. Yeah, sorry, I had to set up protections because I get a lot of spam. There you go, Hunt. You should be good now. Is chatted a word? I understood what you mean, so I'm going to say yes. Yeah, I get a lot of like, hey, we see you stream. Here's our product that has nothing to do with what you stream, and we think you'd be the perfect advocate for it. And it cracks me up when it's like fitness wear and it's all about having an active lifestyle. And I'm like, you have not looked into me at all, have you? Hi, Shadow. I see you. Do you want uppies? Oh. If I bring you uppies, I have to put the book away. No, you've walked away. You thought you would get more treats if you got uppies. That's what you wanted. It's bedtime. Go find your bed. Are you yelling at me because you want me to go to bed? Yeah, you think it's time for me to go to bed. This is the problem. But I'm in the middle of doing this, Shadow. I'm going to finish this sky. Even if we don't finish both skies, we're going to finish one sky. Because then we can have one VOD up. And then I just have to figure out doing the other half. And maybe I'll just have to do a secret bonus stream tomorrow. I can't. It's my mum's birthday. And maybe I just have to go ahead and work on that next. And we just stay up a little later than I was going to do. What are you scratching, Cat? Are you pulling yourself up? You are. I have a cat appearing behind me right now. Hi, Shadow. Don't you drool on this page. Cat drool. Hi. What's the problem? You're not having more treats. Your treat quoted out. This is Shadow. Just popping in while making lunch. So vivid. Thank you, Danger Dan. Danger Dan? I don't know why I did that. Danger Dimples. Gosh. Alright, come here. You can have shoulder. You can have shoulder. But you need to settle. You okay? You can't be? I'm trying to work, so I need you to stay off the desk because you're slowing me down and we need to go to bed soon. So you're going to have to settle there, or I'm going to drop you back on the floor. You can't have the windowsill. I've got stuff up there. I've been experimenting, cleaning up and playing on the desk, so I know you can't sit up by the windowsill. You want me to go to bed. I will dump you on the bed. You know you can go and sleep on the bed without me. Let me try this. Let me put him on the bed. Yeah, he's not staying there. He's immediately followed me back. Well, he's going to have to live because Mum's in bed. So that pretty much answers it. We need to go to bed. We can't be too much later because too much later because, you know, we can't be loud. That's what I'm trying to say. We can't be loud. So we're going to finish off where we were up to with our sky, and that will end it for tonight. Okay, my mouth now. I've just yeah, Cassie, have fun. Drink responsibly, but have fun. Yeah. Oh, you sent through. Thank you. Yes, thank you for reminding me, Rosalind. Right. Ooh. Okay, let's open these up. And then we have the zig. I wonder if I can get the zig clean colour here in New Zealand. That's going to be... I'll have to do some Googling to see if that's available here in New Zealand. Right. Want that. We want that. That. Boom. Thank you. So, yeah, straight away that dark plum. Gorgeous. But that jet blue. Like, those dark colours are what I'm missing at the moment. So, the dark plum, the jet blue is jet blue in particular. That is very similar to what I've been using. So, I just need to buy a 569 apparently. And then, yeah, that deep blue and the zig, that's gorgeous. I wonder if they are available. Yeah. Ooh, that Prussian blue is pretty too. I like blues. I really like the plum mist and plum grey too, like that warm purpley grey. These are really nice colours. How many do the zig come in? Yeah, navy blue too. Navy blue is very similar to what I'm using. Very pretty colours. Thank you so much for that. I'm going to have a look into those zig markers. See how much they are. And if my budget will eventually one day stretch there. I'm kind of like... I can feel myself getting obsessed with markers. But yeah, I go through phases where it's like markers, 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 and then, oh yeah, other products. But they're just really fun colouring when you colour like this. What did I knock off the best yet? A grey. It sounds like you had a good day. Shauna, hello, hello. I am knocking stuff off the desk. I have had a good day. I came back to stream. Shauna, I believe, is going live soon. Yours is just starting? Fantastic. That means I'm going to be perfect for curling up in bed and watching you go live. The lovely Shauna on YouTube is doing a live stream starting in 15 minutes or so, I believe. And I did say I wanted to try and capture it, so capture it. But yeah, I didn't plan on streaming again tonight, but it just so worked out well to come in to stream and to do our little sky tutorial. Alright, this red area is now dried down a bit, so we can carry on, and this is where I need to... We're going to work two at once. So this is where we were talking about before. You can also use the tip to tip technique to blend two colours. Just because our transition between our purple and our pink is a bit harsh. There we go. I think we have managed to transition those two. They were always going to be the two challenging ones. And I can also pull out a red if I need to. I think a red. Mate, where's our original red? Let's bring out our Red Riding Hood red. Maybe that's what's missing. That's what's freaking missing is our red. Why didn't I just think to bring out Red Riding Hood's coat red? I don't know. Probably because it's tired and it's late at night. And brain is no longer braining. That's the colour that we were missing in the transition. Now, hopefully you haven't bled through because I did saturate a bit there. We're good. I can risk a little bit more orange. So I need to bring that up. And there we go. You finished your colouring? Well done, Cassie. Well done. I had a set of 90 and they brought out 3 sets of 30 colours. I only have set A and B. Need to get C to have them all, but base set comes with 90. So 180 in total. Ooh, that's awesome. Right, so there we go. There is, sorry about the shine reflect, but there is our nighttime sky as blended up. Work together. So I'm going to come in here when it's a little bit more dry and just work a little bit more red, just to, now that I've realized that's the color that I'm missing, to blend that together. But it is just that dot dot dot. It's the sort of thing you can pick at for ages. You go a little bit more here, a little bit more here. But that is what I mean about, we can't hide the streakiness of these markers. So let's work with them, let's bring them together, and let's make it work for us and create this sort of dotty pointillism sky. And if you ask me, this looks like to me a cloudy sunset sky. We were catching the undersides of the clouds. And you can, we don't have time to do it tonight, but you can go in here with a white pencil and start highlighting shapes and create the illusions that these are clouds. So if you've ever seen that's a great example. This here. If you see here, we've got all these little dots, little textures. Now we haven't done this exactly, but like this, you can use your pencil and bring in these white edges. Whoops, I didn't mean to click on that. And bring in these white edges and define these shapes and actually make it look more like a cloud. So that is option 3 for you and what you could do with the sky. If you want to have, if you don't like the texture. I don't mind the texture. I don't mind it at all. It's never going to be 100% perfectly smooth. I probably will still do some more blending layers on it, but it needs time to dry. But yeah, it's getting there. I'm happy with it so far. I like a little pop of color in the background because we had such a neutral. So yeah, I will do some more work, but we are getting very close to bedtime here, and I did want to be in bed by midnight. So I think another almost 5 hour stream is, you know, valid time to call it. Go back and watch this morning's stream. I haven't used my markers so much, I don't know how to use them, but watching this has given me some idea. I hope so, Rosalind. It's why I wanted to do this, is to kind of show off what you can do with markers. So yeah, this morning we talk a lot more on this page about different techniques for doing here. So we do the folds of the fabric, which is smooth blending, the textures in the tree, the ripples of the plants, and then the lines across here. So we use a smooth blend, a line blend, well, it's still a smooth blend but on a smaller area, dots, and then lines. And then tonight we did fur, which is lines but short, and we did dots for a background. But yeah, it's been really fun to do a night stream. I'm glad it kind of worked out. I still want to perfect my lighting a little bit. It's still a little overblown. So I might need to just reflect on my lighting a little bit more, but I'm glad it worked out for a stream today anyway. We will be back on Sunday with a regularly scheduled stream. Where hopefully we'll be trying out some gouache painting. As I did promise to show how I will do this one with the streakies. I don't know when I will get a chance to do that, because it will possibly be tomorrow, but tomorrow is also Mum's birthday, so high tea. So we'll see how we go. If things go well, maybe we'll do another sneaky bonus stream tomorrow night to get it recorded as well. Maybe. No promises, because Sunday's going to be quite a fun stream. But yeah, thank you so much for being here for you all. As I said, the wonderful Shauna from Shauna's Happy Place is going to be going live shortly, so if you need somewhere to head off, let's all go and share the love to Shauna. I will go and copy a link for those of you in YouTube. I wonder I can share the actual copy that. So here's the live for YouTube friends. Here's the live for Twitch friends. If you need somewhere to hang, that's where I'm going to go and hang out while I get ready for bed. But yeah, appreciate you all being here. Take care, and remember to take your happy pills. Remember to find your little joys in the day, and we will see each other very, very soon. Bye.